now. Sometimes we have what it takes, sometimes we make our mistakes, and now the journey awaits. So don't you wanna come with me? Come with me. We'll make our way to the top, we'll never break, never stop. And when we get to the spot, we'll know we made it there together. We'll remember forever that life is but a dream. And isn't it amazing? Oh, life can be amazing. Oh, I feel my heartbeat racing. I'll fly, soaring ever higher. I can light my inner fire, and then we'll see what happens now. What happens now? And then we'll see what happens now. What happens now? Watch what happens now. It's amazing, oh, it's amazing. It's amazing, it's amazing. It's amazing, it's amazing. Whoa, it's amazing, oh, it's amazing. It's amazing, it's amazing. It's amazing, it's Watch what happens now. Just like a movie, just like a storybook. We are the future, we're the ones they won't overlook. We'll take it all the way and live another day. We'll make a statement to the world that we're here to stay. Whoa, whoa, yeah, 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 yeah. It's time to be the hero. Rising like you've never seen. Like you've never seen. We're looking for a hero. Shining just like in a dream. Just like in a dream, dream, dream. Are we the champions or just the shooting stars? We'll put our courage to the test in the final hour. And do we stand tall and rise above it all? You know we're coming at your heart like a cannonball. Whoa, whoa, yeah, 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 yeah. It's time to be the hero. Rising like you've never seen. Like you've never seen. We're looking for a hero. Shining just like in a dream. Just like in a dream, dream, dream. And we won't give up, no, we won't back down. future we're the ones they won't overlook. It's time to be the hero, rising like you've never seen, like you've never seen. We're looking for a hero, shining, just like in a dream, just like in a dream. see the world through open eyes and savor all the time before it flies. And every time you wake up, there's a new day that's calling out your name. Come join the game. Well, that's life. Take what comes along the way. That's love. Let it grow strong.
Great. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the regular meeting of April 7th, 2022 to order. I'd also like to thank our live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for joining us tonight. Details to participate are on our website, on board docs, and on the agenda for this evening. We're also live streaming our meeting. Please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Is there a motion to approve tonight's meeting agenda?
I move that the Board of Education approves the agenda for the regular business meeting of April 7th, 2022, as revised with the removal of 10 consent agenda items, 7.19 through 7.28, for no votes, per Board Policy GP-6D.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All right. It has been moved and seconded to approve the agenda for the regular business meeting of April 7th, 2022 as revised with the removal of 10 consent agenda items, 7.19 through 7.28 for no votes per Board Policy GP6. Roll call, please, Ms. Neal.
Ms. Miller?
Yes?
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Barta?
Yes.
Great. Moving on to honors and recognitions. Next, we welcome those we've invited to be recognized, and I will turn it over to you, Ms. Reed.
Tonight, we are thrilled to recognize Fiona Knudsen, Ruby Shaw, and Ellie Tenorello. Their social studies teacher, Alicia Lindsay, is here as well. Please come up and join us at the front of the boardroom. These students are 8th graders from Bradford K-8 and winners of the Hamilton Education Program. The Hamilton Education Program online offers resources of the Hamilton Education Program, including primary sources, videos, and lesson plans to all interested 6 to 12th grade teachers to integrate into their curriculum. All 8th grade students participated in this program as a part of the Foundations of America 8th grade unit. Each group that competed had to create a performance piece that could not exceed 2 minutes. The entire 8th grade class chose the top 3 performances to submit to the Hamilton Education Program. The Hamilton Education Program selected 10 winners from across the country. 10, whole country. In order to produce this piece, students engaged in this work for about 2 months. They worked collaboratively on reading, interpreting, writing, researching, and rehearsing with the goal of creating a performance piece to tell a story. Their social studies teacher, Alicia Lindsay, shared this about her students. I'm incredibly impressed by the unique and stunning work submitted by these ladies. They harnessed the spirit of the musical and the program to produce a performance piece that tells the story of women who are not included in the traditional narrative of the founding of the nation. This group will travel to New York City in May. They have a private tour of the Gilder Lehrman archives, a private showing of Hamilton that will be for the 10 winners and their chaperones only, and a Q&A with the Hamilton cast. How exciting! So the next thing I have here is to give them a round of applause, as well as their teacher for bringing this important and unique resource into the classroom and inspiring students to think critically and creatively. And I do think it's worthy of another round of applause.
Congratulations. Congratulations. I am green with envy about what you guys get to do. So next we're going to be moving on to part one of our public comment. I want to remind our audience, if you find you need to express your agreement with any of our speakers throughout our meeting tonight, that you do so non-verbally. This is really an opportunity for us to be able to listen deeply to all of the folks that come up, and we value your voice. So we want to make sure that we can hear you. Outbursts from individuals in the audience will be reminded to stop before final warning from security. So hopefully it doesn't get to that place. Thank you for your cooperation in this, that everyone can focus on the business that we're going to be covering this evening in our meeting. We'll start with our public commentators. It's not the right word. Commenters who are here in person with Ms. Christy Yakino. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Christy Yakino, and I'm the digital teacher librarian at Sierra Elementary. I'm also a member of the JCA bargaining team. In the fall, a small group of bargainers from both the JCA and the district team brainstormed and had robust conversations about the needs of every student, staff, educator, and school, and what we all need to thrive. In this 22nd year of the 21st century, almost 100% of our schools are in a one-to-one environment, meaning all students have their own device. This has increased the tasks for a DTL and the need for every school greatly. DTLs not only partner with classroom teachers to integrate technology, co-teach digital citizenship and information literacy. They are leading tech professional development with all staff, and they are the go-to for all tech needs. One of the district's priorities is equity. However, inequity is rampant in Jeffco. This is exacerbated by SBB. Our small schools are starving when it comes to resources. Many have to play the game this or that when figuring out what they can afford with their SBB dollars. Often they're wrestling with the choice of, do we have a DTL or an instructional coach, an interventionist or a mental health provider, when in fact they need all of these resources. Our larger schools can staff these positions no problem. In fact, some of our larger schools even have enough money to take large groups of staff members out of state to conferences with their SBB dollars. How is this equitable? How is this making sure all of our students, staff, and schools are thriving? Because of the SBB inequities, several schools have had to apply for a variance solely based on the budget regarding the DTL position. The variance process was created for schools to be able to work outside the box and get innovative, not to be a loophole because our schools are not funded properly. These schools with no DTL due to funding are missing out in so many ways. Jeffco's Executive Director of IT Security and Data Governance just talked about his worry that these schools are not getting the training to stay safe online and make sure they aren't compromising student data and privacy. JCA has brought to the bargaining table an idea for a district-funded, outside of SBB, foundational support team for every building, which includes a full-time DTL, a full-time instructional coach, a full-time mental health provider for general ed students, and a full-time interventionist. Superintendent Dorland has expressed the need for more systemness. By making sure all of our schools have what this foundational support team provides, we can accomplish this. I encourage you as the board to engage in the bargaining process and let the district team know how important this is for all schools to thrive. Take this decision out of the school's hands and make a commitment to fund at a district level. I'm hopeful that you will also carefully evaluate SBB with the lens of equity for all students, staff, and schools. We need to make sure that it doesn't matter where the school is located or how big the school is, but rather focus on the needs of all Jeffco students, staff, and schools. If Jeffco is supposed to be hashtag better together, let's get rid of the inequity gaps that are preventing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giacono. Next up, we have a group with Crystal Parson. Welcome to you all. If you wouldn't mind just having everyone in your group introduce themselves before you begin, that'd be wonderful.
Absolutely. I'm Crystal Parson. I teach 4th and 5th grade at Swanson.
Mackenzie Whipple. I teach 3rd grade at Swanson Elementary.
I'm Lisa McNamara, and I teach kindergarten at Swanson.
I'm Amy Cam. I'm the K-3 interventionist, literacy interventionist at Parr Elementary.
And I'm Whitney Newman. I'm a 1st grade teacher at Vanderhoof Elementary School.
All right. Good evening, and thank you for allowing us to speak this evening. We represent a range of teachers at the elementary level, all from schools considered to be small. As elementary teachers, we have daily prep for 5 content areas: reading, writing, math, science, and social studies, as well as planning social emotional instruction and supporting our students' mental health. We have meetings with special educators to review IEPs and plan for accommodations. We've required documentation and planning for instruction for students on read plans. In Title I schools, about 25 to 50% of the students in every classroom are on read plans, and additional students have open concerns in SOARs. This requires a tremendous amount of outside time, creating individual goals, creating and updating each student's plan, entering progress monitoring data and observations, creating new goals, and planning for read plan conferences. Additionally, at Swanson, we've implemented a new literacy resource in our building this year that requires countless hours of planning as well. All of this takes time. In an ideal world, there would be ample time for this to happen during our workday, but there isn't enough time for classroom educators to work on these plans during their paid contract hours. This work happens outside of school hours, in the evenings, and over the weekend.
And as we recover from a global pandemic, the world has become more challenging in education. Our students have increased social emotional needs. We've seen increased behaviors in our classrooms and the need for trauma-informed teaching. We still need to teach to grade level standards and simultaneously fill skill gaps that have been the result of 2 years that have been far from normal instruction. Elementary teachers typically wear their hearts on their sleeves and work tirelessly to meet the ever-increasing needs of students. However, we have all experienced increasing fatigue this past year as the job of teaching becomes overwhelming. We have 45-minute plan periods each day. Our agreement stipulates 270 minutes a week of planning. So the rest of this time comes outside of our student day. This time isn't adequate to collaborate with teammates and support staff, unpack standards, and plan for meaningful instruction to meet the needs of our students. In Title I schools, this meaningful planning requires many layers of differentiation. There just isn't enough time for all of this.
So tonight, we are asking for your help. The JCEA bargaining team is asking for an increase to 300 minutes average planning time each week. We know that the most meaningful way for this to happen is by utilizing non-student contact days. On March 28th, the MOU created a non-contact day for teacher planning. This was the best gift of time. We were able to collaborate and plan for meaningful instruction coming off of spring break. Please ask the district bargaining team to agree to this increase in planning time through non-contact days, as it is a cost-neutral idea that can make a huge difference. Help us to have more time. One of the district's values in the 21-22 district overview is valuing people. People connected to Jeffco Public Schools matter to us above all else. Your people are overwhelmed and need time to help all of our students thrive. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the time to speak to you. I'm Amy Kam. I am a literacy interventionist at Parr Elementary, a small Title I highly impacted elementary school in Arvada. I'm speaking tonight for these students and families. Our school is severely restricted by our SBB. We are unable to give our students what they truly need to succeed. Please consider our needs in order to see student achievement rise at our small Title I schools, and please think of our most vulnerable students first and foremost when making educational decisions. This will ensure that all schools receive an equitable chance for success. What is our goal? What is our end goal in public education? It's to create a successful and safe learning community for all of our students. If we use the backwards design model and start with the end goal in mind, as we've been trained to do to plan lessons, we should start by focusing on the needs and goals of our Title I students and the schools with the most need. Then work from there to ensure we achieve our goals. One essential step towards reaching our goals for students is to start with a foundational support team to aid our schools and educators. Number one, for Title I schools like mine, we need a full-time ESL educator who can work on English language skills with our students who speak another language at home. With our current 0.5 ESL position, our ELL students are not getting enough support with their language needs in the early years of learning to keep up with educational goals that are in English. Number two, we need a full-time social emotional learning specialist to help teachers care for complex emotional and behavioral needs of our young students who are unable to express their needs with words. Crucial instruction time is interrupted by behavioral needs, and we need support so educators can continue to teach. Number 3, we need academic interventionists for literacy and math K-5, who can work in small groups with our red and yellow students to catch them early so they won't need more time-consuming and more expensive support later. Small class sizes and small intervention groups are particularly important for Title students to get the attention they need. Number 4, more teacher-directed planning days. You would not believe the positive remarks I heard on Monday, March 28th by elementary teachers and how much they were able to accomplish. Please support a request for more teacher-directed planning days added to our contract. In conclusion, if we truly want our most vulnerable students to meet our expected academic goals and for them to feel successful, then we need to provide them with a foundational support system. One that each school can count on every year, not one that only happens if your school happens to have enough money in their SPB. What a perfect use of some of the $150 million that are in reserve. I'm asking you tonight to consider how equitable our schools are and to lead our community towards providing every school with what they need to succeed. This should be our end goal and top priority. Thank you.
Quoting Jeffco's 2021-2022 strategic plan, equity means that each child receives what they need to develop their full academic, career, and social potential. Equal and equitable are related terms but are different. In an educational context, equal means everyone gets the same. Equitable means that each student gets what they need to succeed. Research supports that Jeffco has challenges ensuring that students who have been historically underserved, those qualifying for free and reduced lunch, identifying as racial and ethnic minorities, English language learners, special education, receive what they need in order to be academically successful. Tonight, I want to speak to you from a general education point of view on the importance of staffing every school separately from the SBB with the foundational educators need to help our students be successful. I cannot stress enough the importance of having an AP, an SEL, a counselor, a DTL, an instructional coach, an interventionist. These roles are necessary for every school to provide equitable learning. However, our small school SBBs don't cover the cost of these positions, which are so crucial to the success of all of our students. It should not matter if the school is small or big, is a Title I school or is a school with the highest test scores in our district. It is time to take this opportunity to make changes to fix a broken system. Our community schools should be enrolled with the students in their community. Our families should feel confident that sending their child to their community school will meet their child's needs. My teaching career has felt like a 10-year roller coaster. I never know if I'm going to have 35 or 15 primary students in my classroom. I've been hit, yelled at, and had to clear my classroom for many times for the safety of all students. I have students performing below grade level and have never used a computer. If our schools were adequately staffed with the foundational support teams that we need, then students would learn the tools to help them manage their feelings appropriately, interact with others, have more time to practice those core academic skills, and learn valuable skills in technology. Educators have been voicing these concerns for many years through different forums and surveys. Right now, we are all stretched thin to the limited foundational support staff that our students need. But we are all still here today because we believe in public education. We believe in Jeffco. Now is the time to use our budget to invest in foundational support teams for all schools and to retain our dedicated educators. As the SBB stands right now, it's unfair and limited for schools. When deciding on the school-based budgeting this year, please consider providing funding separate from the SBB to all schools in an equitable way for schools to be able to hire the support teams that schools need to provide the best services to help our students be successful. We always have a chance to make progressive change and for all of our students and educators. Thank you so much for listening to our group of educators tonight.
Thank you very much. Our next speakers are a group under Brooke Williams. Welcome, Ms. Williams. If you don't mind just having everyone introduce themselves. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Michelle Malis, JCA Bargaining Chair and Spanish teacher at Green Mountain High School. And before we get started, we crafted our remarks to accompany a slideshow presentation, and I believe you have a link to it. I would recommend that you pull that up. It will help to contextualize our remarks. And for our audience, it will be available on Board Docs. Exactly. It's available on Board Docs, and we invite you to take a look.
Hi, I'm Richard Sanchez, and I teach 6th and 7th grade social studies at North Arvada Middle School.
I'm Rob Cassidy. I teach science at Stanley Lake High School, and I am on the JCA bargaining team.
Hi, I'm Sarah Smith. I'm a ECI with preschool at Betty Adams.
Hi, I'm Brooke Williams. I'm a Jeffco parent, art educator, and the JCA president.
Okay. Dear members of the board, thank you for providing this opportunity to speak to you. Next slide. We are members of the JCA bargaining team. We represent our membership, and we wanted to give you a brief negotiations update for this spring. Next slide. There is a hyperlink at the bottom of the slide with more details on the language that we are negotiating. But to put it in context, the last few years have been hard on the entire community as we struggle to readjust to school after the pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, teachers worked hard to prioritize their students, but we're running at capacity and we're already overwhelmed. Post-pandemic, we're all barely hanging on. Students, families, and teachers need support. We need a foundational support staff for each Jeffco school. We need more self-directed planning time, a streamlined and user-friendly evaluation system for teachers and evaluators, our administrators, manageable class sizes and caseloads, and finally, a competitive compensation package so we can keep the quality teachers Jeffco has already invested money in and attract new educators to our district. 40% of our bargaining survey respondents tell us they're seriously considering leaving Jeffco or the profession. This is not what's best for kids. Next slide. We wanted to spend the majority of this presentation discussing some relevant financial issues as the state budget becomes more concrete and we move forward in the bargaining process. We feel that a budget is a statement of values, and it shows areas in which the school board and management prioritize as more or less important. Next slide. From 2012 to 2021, Jeffco has dramatically decreased the portion of its revenue allocated to total instruction from 64% to 51%, which includes line items indicated by general instruction and special education instruction, and includes most of the resources used directly in the classrooms around the district. Barely half of the monies went to this purpose in 2021. With comparison to Cherry Creek, with a similar demographics, have remained consistent over the same time period at 68%.
Yeah, next slide, please. The district has made a huge investment in upping its reserves, with some of the healthiest increases being achieved during the COVID years. At this point, the district holds over $500 million in reserves as of June 30th, 2021, and has $150 million in undesignated reserves, many times over what is required by law and far above what is generally considered sufficient to weather times of hardship. Next slide, please. In contrast, Denver, with a larger student count than Jeffco, has unassigned reserves only slightly over a third as high at $56 million. As a public school district, is our goal educating students or amassing a large pool of money? Next slide, please. Last year, a fact finder came in regarding the JESPA contract negotiations. We believe that what he found is relevant. I quote, "The district has built up a substantial reserve over the years, due in large part to its practice of underestimating revenue and overestimating expenses." He goes on to note that this practice results in income in excess of a gloomy forecast and a healthier budget. If the district's revenue estimates prove to be lowball once again, it will undoubtedly face a frustrated bargaining unit looking for equity. Next slide, please. And as predicted, this practice continued last year as suspected by the fact finder. The actual cost for total instruction was more than $50 million less than the amount allocated in the budget in 2020-2021. Next slide, please. Put another way, although the cost of general administration and special education instruction came in a little over budget, the money in general instruction was overestimated by over 14% and the cost of instructional support by nearly 10%.
From the perspective, next slide, please. From the perspective of JCA members, the classroom should be the #1 focus of money spent. However, the past 10 years has shown an increase in spending outside the classroom. As shown in the table on this slide, classroom teacher numbers are flat. The JCA bargaining unit has increased slightly, with some of that growth coming from the new SEL positions resulting from the mill. The number of principals went down slightly, APs went up, but the big increase was the central administrative services, with a 64% increase over the time period. 2021 was left out because of fluctuations resulting from COVID, but that did not affect the trend significantly. Next slide, please. We decided to compare Jeffco with 6 closely neighboring metro area districts in terms of educator pay. We looked at average pay of a first-year educator in lane 1, a fifth-year educator in the master's lane, highest salary, and the average years that a teacher has been teaching. This last category shows that we have the second least experienced staff, with many teachers getting a foot in the door here and then going to other districts where the pay is higher. Next slide, please. A numerical ranking of other categories show that we are worst in average salary, worst in fifth year with a master's, worst in highest salary, and second worst in starting salary. Next slide, please. We can and need to do better to be competitive with other Metro Denver districts. Next slide, please. Every year, the financial department tells us that the cost of steps to teachers is in the range of $12 million. This figure is not accurate when looking at the actual numbers from year to year. Next slide, please. As our table shows, the actual increase in costs by plotting position of people on the salary schedule came in between $5 and $6 million for the 2 years prior to the pandemic. And then when no steps were initially given for the 2021 year, there was actually a savings of around $10 million. The most recent years are not shown, as there was a change in the structure of the salary schedule, making such a calculation difficult, although figures seem to be in the range of $6 million a year, not $12 million.
Hi, next slide, please. So, where is the money for compensation that would give a salary more competitive with the surrounding districts? There is expected to be a significant increase in state funding. In addition, the Secretary of Education recommends using ESSER money to retain educators and substitutes. Finally, there needs to be a reprioritization away from building reserves and central office staff to instruction and those working directly with students every day. Next slide, please. The governor's budget is generally regarded as a good conservative estimate of funding for the next year. This year, that budget is projected a $512 increase per pupil funding and a total increase of around $40 million allocated to Jeffco. These are encouraging numbers that do not reflect the gloom discussed by the fact finder a year ago.
We believe that ESSER funds should factor into this equation. Stress and insufficient pay are the main reasons that educators have been leaving the profession during COVID times and before. These funds offer a way to counteract at least a portion of that equation. Next slide. We need to reprioritize spending in Jeffco. In the past 10 years, total expenditures increased by 19%, but spending in general instruction only by 1%. If general instruction funding mirrored the total expenditures, there would be an additional $58 million spent to this line item. Next slide, please. We believe that we need to put students first. This is done by attracting and maintaining high-quality educators. We keep hearing that we need to save money for a rainy day, yet we are facing a tsunami. It is time to invest our dollars in the classroom, resources, supports, and our educators. Thank you for your time and your service. And Sarah wanted me to be sure that you knew she was from JESPA, so we're joined together today.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Elliott. Welcome, Miss Elliott. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Lisa Elliott. I'm speaking tonight as a community member. I am a parent of a 2011 Pomona graduate and a grandmother of a Jeffco preschooler. I have made Jeffco my home for going on 16 years. I care deeply about this community. I care about the school district, and I've dedicated almost 40 years of my professional life to public education. We have been facing declining enrollment for some time, and the declining funding that goes with that. But the pandemic obviously has exacerbated the problem. I am concerned about how we are responding to those challenges. Many schools are cutting back programs that are important for their students and for the community. For example, a number of schools have sharply reduced or eliminated music programs and world languages. There are no world languages offered at some of our middle schools, including Moore, North Arvada, and next year, West Jeff. I cannot say how many in total because the district does not track this information and could not tell me. As many of you may know from the news, Pomona, my son's alma mater, was slashing their music program. I have heard that they have come up with some creative solutions. This is a school built around an arts and humanities program, so I'm glad they found some solutions. Yes, numbers are down, but there are reasons for that and solutions to growing back many of these programs. COVID and online learning were particularly difficult for music programs. I understand that we cannot staff for a full program when the enrollment is not there to support it, but we cannot cut our way to excellence. It seems to me that ESSER funds are exactly for this type of problem. We must grow these programs in part by encouraging student participation at all levels and creating robust pipelines from elementary and middle schools to high schools. We can share teachers between schools while this growth occurs. In fact, Evergreen High School has just done this for next year. They were cutting their choir teacher from full-time to 0.4. The principal at Evergreen High School has created a 0.8, and she will teach a section of choir at Evergreen Middle because they haven't had a choir program. These solutions, however, should not be left up to individual principals to figure out. And there are many other schools without choir programs. I'm speaking mainly of music because I'm a band parent twice over. My oldest son even received a 4-year marching band scholarship when we lived in Kansas. But the other missing programs are also concerning. The Jeffco mission is to provide a world-class education that successfully prepares all Jeffco students for bright and successful futures as global citizens. That's a fine mission. Unfortunately, due to budget constraints brought about, at least in part, through student-based budgeting, which is inequitable, we are moving backwards from a world-class education. I would not enroll my child into a school without access to world languages and music. I imagine other parents would feel the same. We must create thriving schools with a breadth of opportunities so families have a viable path to a world-class education. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is a group with Rhiannon Wenning. Welcome. If you don't mind just introducing everyone in your group. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. My name is Rhiannon Wenning. I'm a 21-year veteran teacher at Jefferson Junior Senior High School and JCA Secretary.
My name is Genevieve Bassett. I'm a social studies teacher at Alameda International Junior Senior High, and I am the political action team chair of JCA.
Sydney Slifka. I teach at Westgate Elementary, and I am the communications action team chair for JCA.
Kendall Bolton. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Van Arsdale Elementary and the CEA board seat that represents JCEA at the state level.
Tonight, my colleagues and I are here to give you the state of Title I schools in our articulation areas of Jefferson and Alameda. We're asking for your support for our Title I schools and students in our district, that there are increased needs in our schools. COVID has had a disastrous and traumatic impact on our students, even more so than their white, more affluent classmates. They have lost friends and family members, and we have lost former students to this pandemic. Due to deaths from COVID, the fentanyl crisis, evictions and housing insecurity, food deserts and food insecurity, and an exploding mental health crisis brewing among our teenage populations. They continue to be exposed to violence, systemic racism, environmental degradation, gentrification, and so much trauma that it has completely affected our students' ability to show empathy and compassion for others, advocate for their needs, regulate their behavior, emotions, and choices, or even talk to one another while in person. We have never seen our students so angry, so depressed, so anxious, and so in need of our support, understanding, and love. We've created some suggestions of what would make our lives better as educators, make our students' lives better, what's preventing us as educators from meeting the needs of our students, and what you can do to ensure we are providing the schools our students deserve. What would make our lives better? We at Title I schools need to be compensated for the additional training and workload we do as Title I educators, and we need more plan time and PLC time. We need communication that is clear and a central administrator that truly understands the needs of our students. We need better and more professional development and trauma-informed practices, restorative practices, mindfulness, social-emotional learning, differentiated instruction, and supports for our ELL and IEP students, just like ELL coaches, which unfortunately was taken away from us this year because of budget. We also need more paras and ESPs, more custodians, family engagement liaisons, campus supervisors. We need translation services just for our areas and cut the red tape to get translation for our areas, parents, and students. We need more, language classes, Spanish language classes for our English-speaking parents so they can learn Spanish to better support our students and families. We need less staff and leader turnover. And of course, we need equity in instructional coaches and DTLs. We have 22 Title I schools without an instructional coach, 16 schools without a DTL, and 6 of those schools have neither.
Our title schools are historically, they struggle with finding sub-coverage. That is one of the most important needs we face every single day. Not a day goes by that our school secretaries aren't spending the entire day emailing us, asking to cover one another's classes. Some days at Alameda, we have upwards of 15 positions to fill. We need help. We need help from the district. We need the people with teaching licenses to come into our buildings so that we can use our plan time for actually planning and teaching. We need, this is you.
We need supportive and knowledgeable, experienced leaders and staff who truly get Title I challenges, our hopes, and our successes. We need to make sure that our staff has the training they need to teach and to use trauma-informed practices. We need more teachers of color and educators of color in our schools that are mostly impacted and have teachers that look like them and speak their language. We need more mental health supports, restorative practices, and support for not only our students, but our staff. We need to end police presence in schools and end the school to prison pipeline in which our students of color are more highly impacted and thrown on that pipeline more often. And finally, we need to deal with our implicit bias in this district, our flat out racism and the microaggressions we give our students and show our students on a daily basis in our schools, and recognize our privilege and use it for good.
Working at title schools tends to necessitate more planning, grading, and workload time. I'm very fortunate at Alameda. We get a very significant amount of plan time, but we are the only one. We're the only title school in the district that can say that. We need more money. I have colleagues who work at Golden High School, and their PTA raises tens of thousands of dollars a year. We don't have a PTA at Alameda. So our teachers are spending more out of their pockets than our colleagues across the district. We need food security and housing security. It was wonderful being able to provide free food for our students this year, but an unintended consequence of that was we didn't get enough of our families to fill out the Title I paperwork for next year. So Alameda lost its title status in the high school for next school year. The way I understand title funds is the state says something about 75%, and then each district has their own formula. Can we change our formula? Can we get the title status back for Alameda next year? Because I know once families have to start paying for food and fees again, we're going to get back to that. But we had to cut 7 FTE from our school for next year because of this loss. Rhiannon also mentioned the fentanyl crisis, and I'm sure you are aware that Jefferson County Public Schools has lost 2 students this semester to accidental fentanyl overdoses. One of them was my student at Alameda. We laid her to rest yesterday. There is a program, a statewide program, where school districts can purchase naloxone or Narcan from the state for little to no cost. Boulder Valley, Douglas County, Cherry Creek, they all do it. Can you please make sure that Jefferson County does the same?
We know we have the money. Our leaders tonight presented you with possible funds that we could use to provide these programs. We have $150 million in unassigned reserves. We are begging you, we need help in our schools. Our students need our leaders in this district to stand up for them and provide them the education and supports they need. COVID completely showed what we're missing and what we're lacking in public schools. And at Title I schools, it's even worse. Please fund us. Give us more funding for school-based budgeting so we can make sure that we have the people and the supports needed for the most highly impacted students in this district. We need your help. We have the money. Let's do this, Jeffco. If we're truly better together, let's show it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Derek Miller. Welcome. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Good evening, members of the Jeffco School Board and Superintendent Dorland. My name is Derek Miller. I teach orchestra, choir, and music technology at Moore Middle School, which is part of the Pomona Articulation Area. I'm joined tonight by our band director, John Reed. I am a Jeffco alumnus who graduated from Rosslyn Valley. One of my grandfathers taught math at Pomona, and the other taught music at Evergreen and in Arvada. 8 of my cousins are Pomona alumni. As you can tell, my family and I are deeply committed to Jeffco schools, both personally and professionally. In response to declining enrollment in the music program, Pomona High School made the decision to reduce their music staff eliminating the advanced instrumental ensembles and asking one teacher to teach band, orchestra, and choir. This resulted in a community backlash and a petition with over 7,000 signatures as of this afternoon. Many of my students at Moore are reconsidering their intention to attend Pomona in the future. Now, to their credit, the Pomona administration has been receptive to the community's concerns. I'd like to specifically thank Andy Geis, Patrick Rock, Brenda Fletcher, Wendy Doran, Amy Woodley, and the area music teachers who've been working tirelessly to come up with a better solution. However, the simple truth is that declining enrollment and COVID's impact on music programs leave us with few satisfying options to meet our community's expectations. My students at Moore ask me, why is this happening? And I tell them, we don't have enough students. And they say, but I'm here. I want these ensembles. I want a career in music. Music means so much to me. This is my community. I'm asking you tonight, please find some funding that we can bolster music programs that have been hammered by SBB and the turmoil that creates in staffing, as well as COVID. If you've ever tried to sing Happy Birthday over Zoom, you know how poorly that goes. And it gives you such a small taste of what it was like to experience music through the pandemic. At Pomona, I have a former student from Moore who's a senior. She is on her 6th director in the area, her 6th music director, and she weathered those Zoom sessions. And I hear her on 9 News saying, Jeffco, please fix this at a deep level, at a systemic level. And she gets it, and she sees that this is a funding issue. And she sees the SBB shell game, that every single year, a principal has to look and see, who's my music teacher this year? Who is my art teacher? Am I sharing a PE teacher? When you're asking those questions, you're not entering students into an art show. You're not running a 4th grade musical. You're not building things that make a community thrive. So please, please give us the resources that we need.
Thank you. El siguiente grupo es con Esther Caldera. Board members, you have a translation of this group's remarks in your folder. Bienvenidos. Por favor, presente a los miembros de su grupo y comience cuando está lista.
Okay. Mi nombre es Esther Caldera y tengo 2 hijas en Jefferson Junior Senior High School y soy miembro de la comunidad de Edgewater.
Mi nombre es Violeta Rodríguez y mi hija atiende al 9º grado en Jefferson Junior Senior High School.
Mi nombre es Bernarda Vázquez, tengo 2 niñas en Jefferson Junior Senior High School y un niño en Edgewater.
Mi nombre es Mónica Medina y tengo 3 hijos, 2 en high school, en la Woodridge, y una en Edgewater.
Somos un grupo de madres que tienen hijos en las escuelas del área de Jefferson. Edgewater Elementary, Lambert Elementary, Mulholland Elementary y Jefferson Junior Senior High School. Hablamos esta noche para informarles sobre las comidas en las escuelas de nuestros niños y por qué deben priorizarlas en su presupuesto para 2022-2023. Hablamos hoy de las comidas que se sirven en los comedores escolares. La comida que se sirve en los comedores escolares actualmente no es saludable. La comida que se sirve en las cafeterías escolares no se ajusta a la cultura de nuestra familia. Los estudiantes no tienen suficiente tiempo para terminar su almuerzo.
Los niños se encuentran en un periodo de crecimiento en que el cuerpo tiene necesidades muy elevadas de energía y nutrientes. Está demostrado que en una dieta saludable se traduce en unos mejores resultados académicos. Los neurotransmisores cerebrales funcionan mejor cuando la dieta es balanceada, equilibrada y sana. Además, favorece a que los niños aprendan más. Por lo contrario, un consumo de alimentos de alto contenido calórico los hace sentir cansados, efecto que se ve reflejado en la atención y concentración. Algunos pediatras afirman que la hiperactividad o falta de atención puede ser causa del exceso de azúcar o abuso de comidas rápidas. Un cerebro cansado o con falta de nutrientes los puede llevar a no realizar un examen con toda la concentración que es necesaria. Se considera que el periodo del almuerzo debe ser una experiencia positiva ya sea usted un estudiante, maestro, profesional de nutrición escolar, supervisor de almuerzo o director. La cafetería debe ser un lugar acogedor, donde los niños se sientan seguros y apoyados. Y los adultos pueden hacer todo lo posible por cuidarlos. Nuestras escuelas deben anhelar el almuerzo no solo para tener un momento para relajarse y socializar, sino también para tener una comida saludable y atractiva. Sin embargo, nuestras escuelas se enfrentan desafíos para lograr que el almuerzo sea un momento de alegría, inclusión y nutrición. Para muchos estudiantes, los rituales de la cafetería pueden incluir hostigamiento, vergüenza y ansiedad social. Los presupuestos ajustados y las regulaciones estrictas determinan qué se sirve y cómo se sirve. El horario y el personal del periodo de almuerzo deben ajustarse a las limitaciones de la escuela, lo que puede significar periodos de almuerzo cortos de hasta 15 minutos. Las obras continuas se traducen en falta de nutrición para los estudiantes, lo que implica que más del 25% de las calorías y nutrientes de los nutrientes de las escuelas primarias de todo el país terminan en la basura. Muchas personas diferentes comparten el espacio de la cafetería, pero durante el ajetreado día escolar no siempre pueden comunicarse entre sí para alinear sus prioridades y tomar decisiones apropiadas a la situación.
A continuación, le daré algunos puntos importantes sobre las conversaciones que hemos tenido con algunos padres de la comunidad y estudiantes con respecto a nuestras cafeterías escolares. Almuerzo como momento social. Para los estudiantes, el almuerzo es un receso en un día lleno de enseñanza. En el salón de clases es un momento para relajarse con amigos. Menú. Los estudiantes sugirieron agregar más variedad y opciones a los menús de la cafetería, ya que indicaron que reciben la misma comida todos los meses. También solicitaron comidas conocidas y que tengan el sabor que ellos esperan, especialmente si reflejan su herencia cultural. Incluir más vegetales y comida fresca en lugar de alimentos con puras comidas precocinadas. Nos gustaría que puedan proporcionar a los estudiantes una mayor variedad de gustos y opciones de comidas culturalmente apropiadas. Desperdicios de la comida. Los desperdicios pueden ser un gran problema, dijo un miembro del personal de nutrición escolar del distrito al repetir los sentimientos de muchos adultos de la comunidad escolar. Es posible que los estudiantes no coman mucho de lo que sirve y termina tirando grandes cantidades de alimentos. Estos pueden ser alimentos que no les gusten o alimentos que no quieran, pero las pautas requieren que las sirvan, es decir, frutas y vegetales. Al final del día se generan más desechos cuando el personal debe tirar los alimentos que no se comen. La leche es opcional, pero como está afuera, los niños se sienten obligados a tomarla. No la terminan bebiendo y la tiran a la basura. Durante el almuerzo, en muchas escuelas, tanto adultos como estudiantes sienten que el periodo de almuerzo es demasiado corto. Los estudiantes también quieren socializar, pero según los adultos, esto consume su tiempo y aleja su atención de la comida. Abogar de manera efectiva por un aumento del tiempo de almuerzo o buscar otras formas de reducir la presión de tiempo que los estudiantes y el personal sienten durante el almuerzo. Porciones. Las porciones que se les da a nuestros hijos, tanto de kinder como sexto grado, son las mismas. Eso nos preocupa por la salud de nuestros hijos. Preparación de los alimentos. Muchas veces es insuficiente los alimentos que se preparan para la hora del lonche y nuestros estudiantes tienen que esperar tiempo para ser atendidos. Los alimentos están fríos, la preparación es de muy baja calidad y el trato del personal no es inclusiva. Reconsiderar su propósito de acuerdo con una simple visión. Tratar la comida no como un centro de costos para minimizar, sino como un centro de valor para poder aprovechar.
Y si la comida escolar pudiera mostrarnos un futuro donde cada niño recibe la nutrición que necesita para prosperar, y si pudiera afirmar las culturas y las identidades de los niños, así como incorporar su voluntad, y si pudiera demostrarles a los niños que se les valora y cuida de manera que la comida, la divisa de conexión humana, ha hecho de formar exclusiva por miles de años, ayudará a reducir en gran medida la cantidad de alimentos que los estudiantes desperdician. Estas son las recomendaciones. Los alentamos a que visiten una escuela sin previo aviso y vean cómo son los almuerzos escolares. Asegúrese de que los estudiantes tengan suficiente tiempo para almorzar. Involucrar a las familias y los estudiantes en la creación de menús de almuerzo. Asegúrese de que los estudiantes no se avergüencen por no tener dinero para el almuerzo o recibir almuerzo escolar gratis. Permitir que el personal de la cocina de la escuela prepare comida en la cafetería de la escuela en lugar de servir comida preparada poco saludable. Encuentre formas creativas de garantizar que los alimentos no se desperdicien. Nos preocupamos profundamente por nuestros hijos y ellos merecen un almuerzo saludable en la escuela y suficiente tiempo para comerlo. Priorice los almuerzos escolares saludables en su presupuesto para el 2022-2023. Gracias.
Muchas gracias por su atención.
Muchísimas gracias. Our next speaker is Casey Gardner. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Casey Gardner, and I'm a social emotional learning counselor for gifted and talented. 4 years ago, I left my 23-year-long school social worker position for many reasons. First, because working with twice exceptional students had become my passion, and secondly, because special education had become untenable and the workload was not sustainable. I asked over 20 special ed providers to join me this evening, and none could because they're stretched so thin to do their job. Our educators are facing issues with behavior. When I worked in an affective needs program, I rarely got a lunch period or even time to eat without needing to supervise children. Planning time never happened without interruptions. When the teacher was teaching, I was supervising the kids doing independent work, but in reality, there were few times when the kids had the skills to work independently despite their academic abilities. We were hit, kicked, spit on, thrown things at, rooms trashed, and the language, you certainly don't want 5-year-olds to hear because adults kind of turned green with it. Writing IEPs, meeting with parents, reviewing behavior plans, reentry meetings after suspensions, etc. took up most afternoons and a few mornings a week. Our students struggled in unstructured places such as the bus, and if they were not safe, we had to keep them at school until they were picked up by one of their grown-ups. Often they were continuing their unsafe behavior. One year we had 1 to 3 kids who needed to stay after school due to unsafe behavior for the first 19 of 20 school days. After they calmed, they had to stay to clean up and fix things with the adults they hurt so the next day could be a clean slate. It was not uncommon to be finishing 3 hours after dismissal and 2 hours after the end of the contract day. All of this has been happening in Jeffco all 18 of my years here. With COVID, though, they've gotten worse. We are understaffed in positions in all areas, which puts a huge burden on all the other staff. It's a challenge to meet kids' needs, and it will be even worse with the amount of people leaving and retiring this year. We've got to do better. Special ed providers need uninterrupted time to complete assessments, write reports, do observations, as well as teach and support students and meet with families. In elementary, most IEP meetings are before or after school, and that time is not fully compensated. We used to have a separate salary schedule to address this, but SPED teachers were excluded, which was grossly unfair. Our students need fully staffed special ed teams in each school. Our students need us to increase FTE in each building, but we also have to have bodies to fill these jobs. Otherwise, the inequity will increase. Caseloads must be manageable. Pay and reasonable expectations are what will change this. Please fund special ed so our kids' needs are met and the staff is not so overwhelmed that they leave our district or the profession. That's what's best for our kids, all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Amanda Garner. Welcome.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Dorland. My name is Amanda Garner. I'm a fourth grade teacher at Mitchell Elementary and a proud JCEA member. It is not hyperbole to say that when it comes to teaching in Jeffco, that when it comes to the pursuit of a living wage, teaching in Jeffco is a dead end. According to the Denver Business Journal in October of 2021, quote, residents need to make over $110,000 to comfortably own a home, or a little over $100,000 to rent, end quote, in the Denver metro area. Based on the current teacher salary schedule, those numbers do not exist, not in any kind of possibility, not even with 29 years of experience and 75 credit hours above a bachelor's degree. There is no possible path towards living decently on a Jeffco teacher's salary anymore, not to mention the pay for our JESPA colleagues. If our board does not prioritize differently, there never will be. As it stands now, the only path away from that dead end leads out of the classroom and mainly into mainly non-student contact positions. Upon a cursory analysis of the administrative, professional, and technical salary scale, it is clear that this district places more of an emphasis on an employee the further away they work from students. Of the salaries listed on the aforementioned scale, 73 job titles offer a starting pay higher than any amount a teacher could ever earn in this district, with another 12 just shy of that mark. Additionally, the district has increased central administration positions by a staggering 68% in the last 8 years, compared to a 3.2% increase in positions covered by the JCEA bargaining unit, many of which are SEL positions added after the 2018 mill. If Jeffco's mission and vision are to truly center on the idea of thriving schools and world-class education, teachers cannot be left out of the equation. No matter how many new programs or initiatives we put into place, our schools will never reach that mark if buildings are full of teachers who are burnt out, exhausted, and demoralized. Furthermore, those well-intentioned goals slip further out of reach when teachers are driven out of the classroom entirely by unsustainable workloads and grossly insufficient salaries. I ask that this board and district leadership prioritize investment in the people who work with students every single day, even if that means consolidating or eliminating positions at other levels. While the issues plaguing the teaching profession as a whole are broad, the right first step towards a solution is to invest in the people who work with students. That is why we're here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Andrew Gittner. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Andrew Gittner. I'm a 9th year Jeffco teacher, JCEA treasurer, and CEA ambassador fellow. I'm speaking as an individual, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to do so. I want to thank and agree with all of the previous speakers' comments. Budgeting is a means to an end, not an end unto itself. And I'm here to ask that Jeffco's budget be spent as close to our students as possible in their classrooms. Last year, while some administrators enjoyed remote work, educators poured ourselves into supporting our students. Educators found ourselves fighting for their students and their profession against their district's own bargaining team. After the district bargaining team conceded, the district financial projections suddenly changed. Instead of doom and gloom, it was all sunshine, no storms. The central office found the money to grant average educator pay raise to administrative staff as well. The district's bargaining team made 25-year veteran teachers with the equivalent of 2 master's degrees fight for a $5,000 raise. Administrators with the same salary as that teacher were given a $10,000 raise, approximately. Jeffco's per pupil funding in the May 6 budget proposal was about $8,500. According to data from Human Resources, the total cost of central office salaries, benefits, ad pay, and bonuses is approximately $58 million, the same amount that a previous speaker indicated had been cut or not added to the instructional budget. That's the equivalent of 1,600 excited new teachers. That's 7 teachers per Jeffco building to work with students. The median central office salary is $97,000. Reorganize 2 administrative responsibilities, and Pomona's music program comes back. Like that. Reorganize another one. Now we can pay for more paraprofessionals so that some of my colleagues don't so some of my colleagues don't have to teach a kindergarten class with 35-year-olds. Last year, an independent fact finder found that Jeffco's central administration, quote, built up a substantial reserve over the years due to its practice of underestimating revenue and overestimating expenses. Marzano Research, who the district's partnered with, asserts that a high reliability system requires a safe, supportive, and collaborative culture. The budget presentation you're going to hear tonight will continue that same practice. It will devalue the people closest to students and shortchange students of quality teaching. This pattern is born from a negotiation strategy that undermines 3 of the district's 5 budget prioritization criteria, and that undermines the trust of the employees. That undermines the trust of all of the people who are with Jeffco students. This negotiation strategy has inhibited the positive culture required for the high reliability of the schools that Jeffco students deserve. As you hear the district's budget presentation tonight, please remember that students lose the benefit of experience and institutional knowledge when we budget this way. Please encourage the central admin to do the right thing for Jeffco students. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we move on to, we have 2 virtual commenters. And the first one is Lila Narachi, and if I mispronounce your name, I apologize. Oh, where am I looking? Hi there.
I'm Lila Narachi, and thank you for letting me speak into the board today. I wrote an article for the Ayurveda Press newspaper on composting, and that's what I'm here to talk about. When we waste food, it produces methane, a greenhouse gas even more potent than carbon dioxide. And the average person wastes about 1 pound of food per day, which is a lot of waste. National overview states composting rose to 2.2% of people, 680,000 tons in 2000, 5.3% of people, 2.1 million tons in 2015, and 6.3% of people, 2.6 million tons in 2017. But in 2018, the composting rate was only 4.1%, but still 2.6 million tons of food was being composted. 6.8% of all human-caused greenhouse gas emissions could be reduced if we stopped wasting food. Wasted food generates the equivalent to 32.6 million cars worth of greenhouse gas emissions in the U.S. alone. That's a lot of pollution. Wasted food isn't just a humanitarian concern, it's an environmental concern as well. When we waste food, we also waste the energy and water it takes to grow, harvest, transport, and package the food. The soil schools would create from composting could help expand schools' gardens and grow fresher, healthier food, so the schools won't have to buy as many fruits and vegetables. This means schools could spend that saved money on things for education instead. Plus, if we continue wasting food, the environment around us, schools will become unsafe for students, and aren't your jobs to keep kids safe? Just something to think about.
Thank you, Lila. Our next speaker is Crystal Lozano. Crystal Lozano, not here. Okay. All right, that ends our public comment for the evening. Board members, do you all need a break? Or are you ready to roll? Okay. All right, sounds good. Okay. Okay. I'm just going to have this conversation out loud to myself. Sounds good. All right, we'll continue on with our leadership report and board update. Superintendent Dorland, would you like to begin your report?
Yes, thank you, President Schooley. Good evening, members of the Board of Education and members of our public. I want to just highlight for you a little bit some schools that I visited.
Let's wait for 1 sec. That way we don't have to shush anyone. And just continue whenever you feel like it's a good time. I can go. Okay, so wanted to highlight that I've really enjoyed visiting some schools since the last time we met. I've been to, I'm just going to list them off really quickly. Arvada West High School, Fitzmaurice, Hackberry Hill, Peck, Ralston Valley High School, Shelton, Seacrest, Stott, Swanson, Thompson, Three Creeks K-8. I've also attended the middle school and high school art shows and the elementary art show. I think that was since our last meeting as well. So I've been able to get into schools and really just enjoy good conversations with our principals, see teachers and students in action. I will tell you a quick story. At each of the art shows, I couldn't help myself. And so not only did I buy artwork for the district, which was actually one of my most favorite things that I've done all year, I also have bought myself personally a few pieces. And the two pieces that I bought at the elementary art show were the same teacher, same class, two different students. And the teacher, when she found out that I wanted to buy two pieces, shared with us that I was actually her first assistant principal in her first year of teaching, which was in Denver Public Schools. And she remembered me. I wrote her a letter of recommendation before I left the school. I remember her. She was a wonderful art teacher. And it just so happened that the two pieces I chose personally were students of this teacher that I had worked with in the past. So that was just a really cool connection that made me very happy. I also just want to highlight that we have made some progress with our Jeffco Thrives 2025 framework, rolled it out to principals and central office leaders for feedback and input this week. And we will be doing a lot of engagement with this framework, this draft, over the next 2 months, including a group called the Jeffco Thrives 2025 Alliance. And this group is committed. It's a group of community members, teachers, principals, and they will be spending 12 hours over 4 sessions, really diving into the plan and providing us additional feedback. And there will also be school-based meetings in May and a digital online tool where we'll be gathering feedback from teachers and staff. So looking forward to that. We are also preparing for Better Together Day, which is replacing our Values Awards this year, a celebration for all employees in recognition of the work that they have all put in over the past 2 years. I think we just heard a theme during public comment, which we've all heard also in our various conversations with many employees in Jeffco, that the last couple of years have been incredibly overwhelming. And so this year, we look forward to building an opportunity to recognize and appreciate all staff. And it will be, I think, a wonderful day. As your values are finalized through the process of mission, vision, and value setting, we will begin to re-envision what Values Day will look like moving forward. But for this year, we're going to have a Better Together Day. I want to let you know that last night, I met with the Start Times Task Force, which has been active since 2016. I wanted to mark the transition of their work to a district-owned project as we prepare to commit to healthy and equitable start times for the 23-24 school year. Last night, we shared our appreciation for the work of the task force, as well as a high-level implementation plan for how we are moving this work forward to start in 23-24.
And I want to take this opportunity to just really publicly thank this task force for the many years, effort, and work that they put into setting us up for the opportunity to provide for healthy and equitable start times. It's an example of a true parent-driven effort to make change, and it's a very important one for our students and frankly for our staff, who I think you also heard this evening, are seeking for equity for their time as well. So thank you to the Start Times Task Force, and I'm just really pleased that I got to spend some time with them last night. There is, want to let you know, there's some ongoing discussion at the legislature about the launch of a universal preschool program in Colorado. We're watching this closely, and our team is working with the Jeffco Bright Futures group on how to implement it here in Jeffco if the legislation fully passes. And we will be updating you soon and providing you briefs on how that's going in your weekly updates coming up. And then finally, I'm excited to share with you that we had the Jeffco Student Voice District Conference that took place yesterday on April 6th. And 50 students attended from 7 of our high schools to connect with their peers who are passionate about equity and inclusion, to learn about important issues impacting our community, and advocate and share insights with their peers and district leaders. I had the opportunity to join this group while they were doing what's called a World Cafe, and they had multiple topics in different table groups. I will share with you that the insights and interests of the students who I had the chance to listen to as they talked with their student peers was inspiring. I will also share that each table group was facilitated. It had a staff member to support the group, but the groups were actually facilitated by the students themselves. And I was so impressed with the facilitators and their ability to really host the conversation with the other students and keep the conversation going. It was really an inspiring time and very, very fascinating to listen to our students talk about what's happening for them and their friends in their schools and some things that they're interested in us making progress on. So that's what I've been up to. And it's been really an enjoyable time since our last meeting, and thank you.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. Board members, now is our time to update one another and our vast listening public about what we have been up to sort of more globally over the last month. Is there any board member that would like to begin? Ms. Miller.
Thank you very much. I had the opportunity, I was invited by a student, Haley Holman, at Lakewood High School to come and join her and her team called the Highlanders at the first robotics competition, which was just fascinating, a lot of fun. It's like a 3-day competition, and they have robots that go around, shoot basketballs, and then try to figure out how to climb vast, tall things. And so it was really a great experience. I also got to see the Conifer team that's been going there for a number of years and highly competitive. And a couple of the alumni were actually coaches for the team. So that was a lot of fun just to have the continuity. And then I also met the Columbine and Chatfield team. That's kind of a combo group. They're thinking next year because they're both working really hard to kind of build the same type of competition team that their other counterparts have in Jeffco. So that was exciting. I also got to go to the elementary school art show, which was very poignant. A lot of amazing, talented individuals and a lot of very thoughtful pieces that I think the children put their expressions about what have been going on for the past 24 months. And it was heartbreaking in many cases, but as well as just inspiring with what the talent is in Jeffco. And so I was really excited to go to that. I was also invited to attend last week the Bright Ridge Church. Reverend James Hawksworth invited me to come and join him in the celebration and the work of Bear Creek High School and Bear Creek K-8. They have a very close relationship with the church and those two schools, and tutoring supports and children's supports. And it was just a wonderful community lunch. I had some wonderful chocolate chip cookies. And they just had a great tie. This church is right next door to the high school. And they're building what they call, I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's the basement downstairs where they're just building this great facility for the kids to come to for tutoring and for after school events. And I just really appreciate, as I think, Ms. Varda, you have raised before, how important it is to have community supporting our schools. And this was one of a great relationship that's been building over time. So I appreciate him inviting me, and I look forward to attending more events at that location. So thank you.
Hey, thanks, Ms. Miller. Anyone want to go next? Or no? Okay, Dr. Varda.
I have a cold, so I knew this would be a little bit harder tonight, and I thought I would just mention now, because I get asked about it sometimes. I also have a vocal disability called vocal cord dysfunction, and it makes me talk like this sometimes, where it feels like my vocal cords are constricting when I'm trying to project my voice. So having a mask on, it makes me hard to breathe. Hold on, wait. Everyone tells me you should talk about this, and I say it's really hard to talk about something when the thing you're talking about is how it's hard to talk. Okay, so let me just keep going. So, but I knew that tonight having the cold and the mask and this would make it come out, so I thought I would mention it. Okay, so things that have been on my mind, or that I've been doing in addition to compensating our teachers and support professionals. And I also just wanted to say it was really nice tonight to see some of the teachers here who actually teach my own kids, either in the past or currently. Mr. Miller, who I think has left, is actually my daughter's orchestra teacher right now. I did visit a number of schools this time around with the community superintendents, including 5 of our neighborhood schools, but also I've been to 5 of our charter schools now in my area, and I'm trying to make sure that I cover all of the schools. And one of the things I've really appreciated about these visits is being able to talk to them about our regional opportunities for thriving schools work. And I know that sounds like a tagline, but I have enjoyed being able to even speak with our charter school principals about how they are part of our communities and our kids are part of all of these neighborhoods. And so working together in this work going forward is going to require us to share our resources and share our best practices. And so it's been a good experience to kind of get in there. I did get to go to Pomona's production of Footloose with my 7th grader as the Moore Middle School theater program went to see it. And I just want to encourage everyone to go see it. If you're wondering how to support the theater programs right now, this is a great way. Go to their performances. Arvada has High School Musical this weekend. I know that Moore is showing Once Upon a Mattress at the end of this month, and Weber is showing Aladdin, which my kids are in almost all of these productions. Okay, 2 other things. I'll try to make this quick because it is hard. In the last month, since the last board meeting, we closed a school, and then we've had, as we heard tonight, all these cuts to our AMP programs, and I know that it's hit my area really hard. Even my own school that my kids attend have had these cuts, and for the first time in about 8 years since my kids have been at Weber Elementary, they won't have a full-time AMP for the first time, which means they probably also won't have a choir program because the choir teacher now, the music teacher will I'm telling you all like you don't know, but the music teacher will have to split and then would have to choose if she was going to support choir, because choir happens at elementary schools primarily after school. And I learned marching band also primarily happens outside of school time for our music teachers. So we don't just lose cuts to our courses and stuff happening inside the schools during the school day, but also all these programs for after school. So I said it last time, and I'll say it this time too. I just think we just have such an obligation to do this work right now, for this regional opportunities work that's coming up. Thinking about perhaps consolidations, how do we use the innovative opportunities and solutions that you all brought forward tonight to do this work. And I really am grateful for the work in the Pomona area that the teachers did together with the district staff and the principals there to come up with solutions for Pomona. And I just want to say there's two things I'm really feeling positive about. One is that kind of collaboration and what can happen when we really listen to our teachers and people with lived experiences to help us make those solutions. I hope that's something we continue to do. And also, I reached out to the Fitzmaurice principal to see how things were going, and she said they're doing okay, and they have lots of questions, but both principals from the schools that are recommended that the children go to have been at the school, meeting with parents and kids, and I think that's been really positive, that the school is doing a really solid job at this transition. And last thing I just wanted to talk about was I heard that we're finally moving forward on our contract for telemedicine, and I think that I am really grateful for this. We heard tonight the abundance of need for our staff and our teachers, our kids around their mental health needs, and I know that Dr. Leach really led this initiative to get our telemedicine programs in place. I think it's a great demonstration of our ESSER funds. And I hope that we can continue to see this kind of focus for our kids, especially using our ESSER funds for catching up on literacy and math and getting more resources for them around their mental health. So I just wanted to call out that I am very pleased to see that that's finally moving forward. It's taken too long. It's the thing we need to be paying one of the most attention to for our kids. So thanks for bearing with me and letting me, let you know why I have this kind of trouble. It's kind of a hard thing to talk about.
Great, thank you. Ms. Reed, Ms. Parker?
All right, so first I want to talk about the fact that Green Mountain High School is embracing Jeffco's value of belonging by becoming a No Place for Hate school, which is sponsored by the Anti-Defamation League. I had the chance to listen to a student present about this, and she did a wonderful job with it. It's a very committed group of kids there in their IDEA Club. And they will be hosting a community movie night and discussion panel around The Upstanders, focusing on cyberbullying on April 27th from 6 to 8 p.m. It will be in the Green Mountain Auditorium, but the whole district is invited. So if anyone else would like to come and see this, they would love to have more people there than just their school. They would love to see this be something that the whole district embraces. So again, the Upstanders focusing on cyberbullying on April 27th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Green Mountain Auditorium. I'm hoping I'm not stepping on anyone's toes with this, but I was really excited to get an email that was sent to the whole board about something that Hackberry Hill is doing. And they are having a homework club that is being run by parents. And yeah, it's so awesome. It's parent volunteers, and it's after school, and it's to help kids who keep the kids from falling behind academically. And I do think it's a creative way to look at how else can we support our students. And that is not to take away from the importance of budgeting to take care of our students, but it's showing that we can work with the community together, and we really can help our kids out. And I'm also going to go outside of my district a little bit here because this is near and dear to my heart. Columbine High School does a day of service on Wednesday. It'll be Wednesday, October 20th. April 20th. They do it every year, April 20th. For some people, if you don't remember the significance of that date, that was the date of our shooting. So it's kind of the way that we've turned that around and made that into something positive, a way to say that this isn't going to be a day about tragedy and about hate. This is going to be a day about giving. And
So it's another thing where they ask the whole district to feel free to jump in and be a part of it. In fact, they ask the whole world to do that. So they have a website, columbineserves.org, and you can go and you can sign up for whatever it is that you're going to do. The school itself has lots and lots of projects that the kids go do. I myself have made it a tradition for many years now to make this a day that I go through my home and sort of purge things that I am no longer using, and I take those and I donate them. It's sort of for me a symbolic thing too, so it works well for me. But if that is something that you would like to participate in, and you don't even have to declare it to anyone, you can go on the website and you can sign up and say that you're doing it. But you know, it can be a personal thing that you just do to send good stuff out into the world that day. And then I also want to take just this chance. Between spring break and CMAS, I didn't really end up visiting as many schools as I would have liked to. I certainly did get out there and talk to schools. I'm definitely hearing the same theme from those schools that we heard from educators, that behavior problems at schools are huge, that trauma for kids is huge, that it's taking a real toll. And we talk a lot, I think, about what's wrong, what's gone wrong, what's been wrong. And that's not just, and I mean, it's a thing. There's stuff that hasn't been done well. But by the same token, I want to talk about context, and I'm going to be pushing context when we talk about budget, when we talk about regional opportunities for thriving schools, when we talk about scores and academics, because context matters. I walked away last month really frustrated by the fact that I felt like the can has been kicked down the road for so long about our smaller schools and what is happening to them, and that we haven't been proactive. I was really frustrated by that. But I also want to put into that some context that in 2015, we had a brand new school board. No one had been on the board before. There was no one to onboard the way that the three of us who were elected were onboarded. And so that was huge. And yeah, maybe they didn't take on the small school thing as quickly as they should have, but they did do the really heavy lift of, number one, simmering down a district that had boiled over into a huge mess and passing a successful and desperately needed bond. And I want to acknowledge that. I was frustrated that we had a superintendent that declared a 2-year moratorium on school closures, but didn't spend that time creating a plan. So I want to personally thank Superintendent Dorland for taking on that work, because it's not fun. It's vital, it's necessary. And as we talk about budgets and as we talk about thriving schools and what it takes to make a thriving school, this is important. So I very much appreciate that, and I appreciate my fellow board members for being willing to take it on as well. I'm not going to soft pedal the challenges that are before us or the urgency with which we must act to catch kids up on their educational journeys. And I almost said try to catch them up, and then I thought, no, Yoda's right. There is no try. There is only do. I'm not going to downplay the rigorous work that is going to be involved for all of us, but I just want to take a moment amid tempers and judgment and impatience to say that I appreciate all of the things that our district personnel and the people who are working in our schools and who are transporting our students and are working for our kids. You've worked really hard, and I know that it feels like we've lost ground, and we are going to gain that ground back, but I understand that there is context. And that context is that there's still been a lot of passion and a lot of support and a lot of hard work. And I just wanted to take this moment to say that I appreciate that, and to say a little thank you in advance for what I know we're going to be asking of you.
Ms. Parker?
Thank you. I was able to visit a lot of schools. I'm going to compete with our superintendent now on the list of schools I visited. I went to Ute Meadows, Coronado, Stony Creek, Summit Ridge, Dakota Ridge, Colorado, Leawood, Blue Heron, Westridge, Mount Carbon, Powderhorn, and Warren Tech. So I had the privilege of being at a lot of elementary schools on St. Patrick's Day, and I'm telling you, those leprechauns were very busy. And I've discovered there are some really nice leprechauns that left all kinds of goodies, little candies and gold. And there were some really naughty leprechauns that, just messed up the whole classroom. And the kids had to spend all morning trying to find things and put them back. So it was quite a St. Patrick's Day. I also had the opportunity to go attend one of the Chatfield High School Green Club meetings. One of the students had reached out to me. He and his club had a proposition for what the district could do to be more environmentally correct, and very much like our presenter or our student who was speaking tonight. And the ones at Chatfield have an idea for using biodegradable trays. So anyway, it was so energizing. I was so stoked to be there. I also was invited by the Columbine stake of the Columbine stake of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to go see a presentation of the Lamb of God oratorio at the Newman Center, which was just beautiful. And I know that the stake down there is very active and very engaged with the district, the school district. So I'm very excited about continuing work with them. I also attended 2 meetings of the Jeffco Bright Futures Steering Committee. So this is a collaborative organization of public and private groups that have been doing a lot of work. Unfortunately, it was done over COVID, so they had a little bit of break and couldn't meet in person, but they are really geared in on early childhood services, education, and other services for families, and they're working with the state efforts in that area too. I did watch several sessions of the JESPA and the JCEA negotiations, and I really appreciate the people that came here tonight to speak to us. I think many of you know I have 2 daughters who are teachers. One of them is a SPED teacher. I am the parent of a SPED student. And I am the owner of a small business that specializes in human resources, especially compensation. I want you to know I hear you. I value you. I value teachers, educators, support staff, everybody. And it is a high priority for me to let you know that you are valued. Thank you for being here tonight.
All right, I will go quickly because that was a long 10 minutes. So just really quickly, one thing I would like to share, I'm excited that we all have our town halls coming up to be able to talk about some of the work that we've been doing. So please, if you're a member of the community and want to have voice in how that shapes up and feedback for the board, please come to the town hall. They're per articulation area. And that information should be on the district's website, I assume it is. I wanted to say thank you to the members of the Collaborative Monitoring Committee. That group has disbanded. Their work has been done. We appreciate all of the community members, district staff that really leaned in a fairly contentious time to help us be good decision makers as a district, valuing those different perspectives. Speaking of the art show, which has been hosted by the Jeffco Schools Foundation for, I think this was the 51st year. And if I'm wrong, I apologize for that. I was able to purchase art for the district and I had to apologize afterwards because I purchased a lot of it for the district. So we'll be seeing some great new work. And I had to apologize. Yeah, buy first, apologize later. That was the motto I was using. And because the Jeffco Schools Foundation is such a critical partner with the district, I encourage everyone, if we want to continue seeing that level of collaboration and work, they are having a fundraiser on May 14th. And so everyone, please show up to support that very valuable organization. And I'll be representing folks on field at the Rockies game this Saturday. not wearing LA Dodgers gear, I've been told. The last piece I will say is I was able to participate in a group of elected officials that was and other community partners that was convened through a group of students from Jeffco in partnership with Jeffco Public Health. And their topic was really around how do we create safe schools for LGBTQ plus youth, which I'll bring up at the end of the meeting because there's some work that I think that we couldn't be looking at in that space. What I wanted to say, first of all, the students were amazing. Second of all, the list of folks that participated was a really incredible group of mayors, county commissioners, school board member, city councilors, et cetera, that had some very thoughtful conversations around what are we not doing right now as a county, not just a school district, to help create those safe spaces. And I really appreciated the participation of two of our SROs, Sergeant Alderete from Lakewood and Sergeant Salentine from Golden. And both of those gentlemen just represented in a very thoughtful and student-centered ways in which that partnership we have with municipalities for the SRO program can really, how we can think about that in concert with creating really safe spaces for our students. And so I appreciated their perspective in that call. That's it. So yeah, we'll move forward. Thank you all for your updates. We're gonna take a quick break as we transition into hearing presentations about math and literacy, really important things. So we'll take about, let's say, a 5-minute break, and then we can try to push forward. Thank you all. Great, thank you, board. We're going to move on our agenda to the math update. We've allocated about 30 minutes for this conversation and discussion of math resources prior to our action later this evening on 2 consent agenda items related to resources. Superintendent Derlin, anything to add before we begin our discussion and turn it over to Dr. LeBlanc-Esparza?
No, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Kim.
Thanks. Welcome.
Good evening, President Schooley, members of the board, and Superintendent Dorland. We're very pleased to speak with you tonight about mathematics. I believe you know both Renee Nicothotis and Cecily Klein from our ERD department. Cecily has taken the lead on the curriculum process for math. Earlier this year, she and her team developed a comprehensive process involving extensive stakeholder input and in-depth research. Renee is going to share an overview of the selection process, as well as an explanation of the considerations that factored into the recommendation. Then we'll be happy to take any questions you may have about how we went through the process and how folks contributed to the overall body of knowledge about how we determine what the best course forward is going to be regarding mathematics. Renee?
Good evening, members of the board. Superintendent Dorland. Renee Nicothotis, Chief Academic Officer. Before we dive into the math content, I did want to begin by grounding us in our refreshed mission, vision, and values here in Jeffco. And I also would ask that you watch for elements of the value statements that are here on the screen throughout the presentations for both math and literacy, because I do think that you'll highlight elements of all of them, particularly a focus on students and what we mean by excellence and the components and the foundational pieces that need to be in place in order to achieve excellence with instruction, equity, and what these resources will do for kind of leveling that playing field a bit for some of our students. So I ask that you listen for those values throughout the presentations. And again, this is focused tonight. We want to talk to you about the approval of math resources for our schools, as well as literacy resources, so that we can begin one of the first steps towards building a culture of instructional excellence here in Jeffco. But as you know, and we have discussed throughout the school year, before you go from good to great to extraordinary, you really do have to start by confronting the brutal facts. So let's start with our data. And it is brutal. On this slide, on the left, what you see before you is the mean scale score trend from CMAS in math. And you'll see pretty much from 2015 to now, we have flat, no real increases in achievement. And then on the right, you'll see actually declines in growth from 2016 to 2019. You'll see a similar trend here on SAT in the mean scale score. And on the right, flat growth over time. We actually see a decline in 2017 from 56 to 52 in growth. This quadrant graph is from MAP assessment and math performance in grades 6 through 10 for the time period of fall to winter this year, 2021. So you'll see on the left, the way that you look at this graph is really what we want to see is all of our students in the upper right in the green quadrant, right? High performance, high growth. And each of those white dots represents a school. You'll see a few more schools for represented in 6 through 8 because our charter schools are also included in that, I believe. And then on the right, you'll see 9th and 10th grades. Those are the grades that take the MAP assessment. And so, as you can see, we don't have the majority of our schools in that upper right-hand quadrant. This is a different representation of the data that was in the quadrant graph to show you how the number of schools on the left in the left column. You see 6th through 8th grade middle schools, and then on the right, 9th and 10th. And then this quadrant graph represents our elementary schools. They take 3rd through 5th grade, takes MAP. And you see a similar trend. With the majority of our schools, of our elementary grades 3 through 5, not being in the upper right-hand quadrant, and in fact, the majority being in the lower left quadrant, low performance and low growth. So we're not at grade level and we're not growing at the rates we would expect. And again, this is another way to represent that information with the number of schools in each performance category. And again, this is for 3rd through 5th grade. So overall, the challenges, we have flat or declining student performance data in all categories, all assessments. The variability in the resources that are being used in our schools right now and the pedagogical practices that go along with that is creating an inconsistent experience for our students. The variability in resources and pedagogy also makes it very challenging for our central teams to support our schools consistently, to identify best practices, to understand what's working and what's not. And then, of course, it was 2014, I believe, when the last curriculum adoption occurred for math expressions, so almost 10 years ago. And those resources are rapidly becoming obsolete for our students. In fact, the digital platform is no longer accessible for our schools next year. So again, quote from Good to Great, leadership is about vision, but it's also creating this culture and climate where we have to examine the brutal facts and then we decide what we're going to do about those to go from good to great to extraordinary. Okay, so what is needed to reach grade level expectations in math? The Colorado academic standards require both process, performance goals, and content. So not just memorizing facts or algorithms or problem solving, there's some process performance expectations as well in the standards. This quote is from the NCTM, National Council for Teachers of Mathematics, and it states what we believe and know is that it is the responsibility of school district to provide resources and curriculum that are aligned to standards and to support our teachers with the professional learning to use those resources effectively. This is our responsibility as district leaders. Okay. Jeffco has a reputation and policies to support that reputation of a very rigorous process for the identification of the materials that we approve for use in our schools. And again, Dr. Kim said earlier that this was a rigorous process that was started in October. So I'm going to have Cecily talk a little bit about that because she did lead that work.
Good evening. So we went through a very rigorous process. We started the process really looking at and putting the RFP out in October, and then began to really look at all resources as they came in. A piece that with our RFP process that is different than literacy is that math doesn't have the requirements set forth from the state, the resources that are determined by the state or evaluated by the state. So we put our RFP out. We made sure that we had clear rubrics, clarity in what we were looking for, really making sure that it aligns to our beliefs and also the Colorado academic standards. With that, we received 16 vendors submitted 28 different products that we reviewed. We had multiple phases, as you can see, from just reviewing the minimal requirements. Did they meet what we asked for in the RFP? Then going through and looking at the resource review. We started with the resource review because we believed that it was important to ensure that we had products that were developmentally appropriate. Kids could see themselves in the product, that they could make sure that the vocabulary, the academic language was appropriate and grade level. Then the next phase we went through was the content and making sure that we really aligned to the Colorado academic standards, really looking at the Spanish language, making sure that
if it was translated, if the translation was accurate. Sometimes there were nuances of translation that were not. Then we went into the operational efficiency. That's when we looked at what Superintendent Dorland had put forth as our priorities, and we really wanted to look at how we could leverage our system and make sure that the resources that we were putting forth really matched and aligned to those pillars and work that we were moving forward with. Additionally, we had the data governance review. We had our IT team look at making sure our data and the platform was appropriate. It was in line with the state of Colorado's laws as well as the Jeffco's policies that we have in place. We had we invited 150 teachers that came to come and review as we continued to whittle down the top 5 that we looked at. And then they gave us all the feedback they had. We had 49 teachers who came, teachers, leaders, principals, school-based people, give that review. And then we also had our community members. We worked with the DAC to ensure that we had invitations from our community to participate.
Okay. And the resource that rose to the top over and over again from all of the stakeholder groups was Imagine Learning and Illustrative Mathematics. And that is the program, the resource that we're asking you to approve this evening for us to go into contract with this company to pilot this resource in 24 of our schools for next year. 9 high schools, 9 middle schools, several K-8s, and then we do have 5 elementary schools that we would like to pilot this resource in. And it's received very high marks. Just the recent K-5 reviews from Ed Reports came in. We just received those this evening, and high marks across the board. And every review, and I know that I think Kim had something that her school district had learned.
Well, it was fortunate that I got to attend the day that Cecily was having conversation with all of our principals and talking through the process and where we landed. And it just so happened that down in Southwest Colorado, we went through a similar process. And having reviewed illustrative math, it by far rose above and beyond many of the programs that we looked at. In fact, it was either 1 or 2 in national assessments, in NCTM's review, and in Ed Reports review. So it is a quality curriculum that mathematicians and math teachers across the country agree will serve our students well.
And I would also add that one of the, back a few slides with the umbrella slide, I was talking about process versus kind of content, process or content, learning your math facts, but also learning the process to think like a mathematical thinker. And one of the pieces that our students often fall down on our assessments is modeling and reasoning. And that's been consistently evidenced in our different assessments. And this resource specifically leans into developing modeling and reasoning skills around mathematics.
Yes, it really has the curriculum and the problems and the approach really allows for kids to have high interest, high engagement, where all kids can access the problem and approach it in a variety of different ways. They also have an opportunity to explain and articulate their thinking in how they get there.
Okay, and as we enter into this pilot for next year, we will be looking at these the following points of data or places that we can lean into and see kind of what are we learning so far from this pilot. And we certainly, as we discussed earlier, don't feel fully confident that we could look at our CMAS scores or some of those larger outcomes in 1 year of a pilot. But these are things that we have identified that we can lean into and track over the course of the year. There are several questions on our Students Make Your Voice Heard survey around academic challenge. that we can pull out and kind of create our own little mini survey that we give throughout the year to see how students are feeling and perceiving the materials. So we can kind of get a feel for how that's going. We'll also be creating principal and teacher perception implementation surveys. Are the materials teacher friendly? What's working well for you? What might you need support around? Principals, what do you understand? How do you support this resource in the classrooms? So perception data with that as well, and also identifying 1 to 2 curriculum-based assessments that come with the resource that all of the teachers in the pilot will use, that we can kind of compare student performance over time in that way. We've also looked at Algebra 1 passing rate. Now, I'm not sure that at the end of the first year of a pilot that we would see huge shifts in Algebra 1, but we know that's such an important gatekeeper of students' progress in math is getting to Algebra 1 and getting through Algebra 1 at the right time. And so we'll be looking at that and hopeful that we'll see some improvements in our students who will be currently enrolled in Algebra 1 next year that are in the pilot as well. So those are some of the points that we'll be monitoring over the pilot for next year. So we've also got some opportunity to learn from others. Greeley School District is also in the middle of an adoption, I believe, for their middle schools with this same resource. So Cecily's already reached out to them and been in contact about some partnership opportunities where we can kind of learn from each other. There's also been a few school districts that Cecily's been in contact with nationally, I believe. Kentucky.
So the Jefferson County schools in Kentucky, they have this resource embedded in their schools. We also have Montgomery County in Maryland. They have that. They're using this resource. And then there's another smaller district in Delaware, Red Clay School District in there. So we are in the midst of, I've talked to 3 out of those 4 or 5, and we're working on developing a true collaboration with each other so that we don't have to reinvent some of the supports that they have found supportive additionally with the program for teachers so that we can learn from each other. So it's exciting.
So we felt pretty confident about the selection process and choosing the right resource to support the needs of our students. We feel confident that we're going to be able to support that. And we have some points identified throughout next year that we can be monitoring over time just to kind of see what successes we might start to see through this pilot. So we're super excited about the resource and hope that we can answer any questions that you have so you feel confident in approving that for us this evening.
Okay. I was waiting for the thank you slide. Thank you all. So board members, this is our opportunity to have a conversation and ask any questions, comments. Is there anyone that would like to begin the process? All right, Dr. Berta.
Well, I just had some questions about implementation of this. And I think perhaps you said it, but I'm wondering what the implementation rollout is, like how many schools at once. And then what are we doing to support those schools in any transitions? In particular, I was thinking of one of my own, my middle schooler, they just switched math curriculums this year. And what I think you're saying is they need to switch again. And I've already seen the impact of a switch on my child in terms of her trying to adjust to that. So I'm curious how we're supporting our teachers and schools in making that transition.
I think it would depend on if there would be another switch, depending on if that's your child's school is in a pilot for next year. And we will have some things that we will learn from this initial pilot as far as how do we best transition. I know that we're doing that already with literacy. We have some lessons learned about how do we make that transition with our schools more smooth, and I think we'll learn that from this pilot.
Additionally, we really took into consideration the readiness of the school and where they are in their readiness. So we looked at their data, and then our principals and community superintendents and teachers looked at the product, and we really made sure that the principal was on board and willing to be part of this pilot. Teachers were willing to participate, and the whole school was really willing to be able to support it. So if the school had already implemented something, maybe the principal may have said, we need to continue this for right now. You guys go see what you find out what you're going to find out and see if this is going to work. And then, maybe we'll be in cohort 2 or cohort 3. So if it works, if we go forward.
And right now we are kind of running symmetrical processes for literacy and math. And so the beauty of that is that we've been able to do a lot of cross-functional planning and project management around both of these initiatives. And so I do think that Cecily's team is looking at a similar support model for implementation with the support of our math TOSAs and our instructional coaches, and of course with professional learning at the district level.
I have a follow-up question that I think might help clarify Ms. Varda's question as well. Can you please talk about this resource versus possibly another approved resource in the future versus just this resource? This is similar to the conversation we've been having around literacy. Is one core resource the appropriate number for the size and diversity of the schools that we serve, the geographic sort of range, or are we contemplating a short list like what we have now, or maybe we'll have this evening, if the board approves, some additional considerations for schools around literacy? And I think that's important to Ms. Varda's question, because I have had multiple conversations in schools I've visited with principals who've said, we've already moved on from expressions. It just isn't what we need anymore. And so is an impact for schools who maybe have put effort and funds into something else. And so can you address that specifically? And it's okay if we're just still in the process of figuring some of that out, but I think it's important for the board to know, especially before they make this decision.
Yeah. Yes, we are looking at that. If something's working, we don't want to change what's working with the school. And if their teachers are invested and they've put dollars towards a resource that they've had training on and they're using it well, we do want to provide options for those schools, just like we are working through that with literacy right now. And there are several other material resources, programs that were reviewed as part of this RFP process that will be approved, and we'll have other options for our schools, should they choose some of those. And they are some that are currently being used in our schools.
I'm glad you had a slide on monitoring. Is that, so there are elements, what's the plan though to implement collecting the data that allows us to evaluate effectiveness and success of the program? So I'm glad there's the elements there of what we'll measure, and then so I'm wondering like, how are we going to implement that? Because I feel like we've been challenged by that in some of our other programs.
I think there's a couple of elements to that. Number one, anytime you're going through a first year adoption and implementation, there's that learning piece that goes along with our educators. We've got to provide them support. We've got to provide them training. We've really got to work with them so that they feel really confident using the resource. Within that, though, there are opportunities to collect data along the way. How's it going? What's its ease of use? What are you seeing in terms of student engagement within the context of the lessons? What is the ease of use? How are you seeing your students perform with higher level thinking skills? All of those things. Fast forward, if we were to take CMAS or we were to take MAP data in a year one of an adoption, there would be holes we could drive a truck through in terms of assumptions of, is it the resource that's providing us that? Recognizing that, we do know that interim assessments that we're using within the new curricula is going to tell us something. We certainly are able to look at that and say, are we seeing our students exhibit skills that they maybe didn't before, or they didn't quite at this level? And so there's definitely some data that we can utilize to say, are we seeing promising practice? From there, after year one, we certainly want to start looking at our MAP data and our CMAS data, and that's where the data culture piece comes into play that Tracy has really talked a lot about in terms of our strategic planning. We should have maps like you saw this evening that really begin to move and see, okay, these schools were the schools that implemented this resource. Here's what we're starting to see in terms of migration of scores, migration of student assessment, migration of student skills. And as we look at that, we'll be able to overlay, these are the schools that are using this resource versus other resources, and how's that looking within those quadrants. So all of those pieces are going to be available to us as we begin to use the data the way we've talked about using data. Does that make sense to you? Okay.
Yep, Ms. Reed.
So it's pretty obvious looking at that we need to do something pretty dramatic. I'm always more concerned when I see low growth, even more concerned than I am necessarily about low performance. Even a high performance and low growth is not a good thing. So, but we did have some schools that were growing, that had high growth. And so I'm wondering what we learned about what we're currently doing that is causing kids to be successful. What's going on at those schools that are having high growth? Is it the curricula that they're using in particular? Is it some other thing? I talked earlier tonight, and I'm going to be pushing this one hard. It's about context and really digging into these numbers. If it turns out, as I sometimes suspect is the case, that very often that has to do with socioeconomics. We just had a group of Title I school teachers up here talking about how desperately they need more people and more resources. And I would say that if those trends are showing that socioeconomics are an aspect of that, are we looking at that in our budgeting? I'm hoping that we are. And that, and how we're distributing our funds. So have you had a chance to look at our high growth schools, and what are you seeing as the trends there?
You're very perceptive. In fact, part of the data analysis that Renee and I put together with the help of Dr. Eaton was really to look at what are those schools that are indicating low growth? What are those schools that are indicating high growth, high performance? And the predictability of socioeconomics is definitely prevalent within the data, without question. Looking at that, when we look at our Title I schools, they tend to be in the parts of the quadrant where we can make the most impact and make the most movement toward that green region, for sure.
And you'll see more of that in the literacy presentation. We'll go a little bit deeper in that. There are so many variables at play in our different schools that it's hard to pull out one thing. And I will tell you right now, even a brand new shiny curriculum resource isn't going to be that one thing. It's going to make a difference. It will make a difference. It's a very foundational component of a culture of instructional excellence, but it's not the only thing that matters. And I do plan to talk about that a little bit more in the literacy presentation as well. But it's support for professional learning. It's ensuring fidelity of implementation. It's ensuring that teachers have the time to learn the resource. I mean, there's so many different, it's a teacher's level of experience. How long have they been a teacher? Even whatever resource they're using to get high growth, how are they using that? What might they be supplementing with? There's so many different variables that we have to kind of tease out to really understand that. And it does take time. You'll hear us also how we plan to monitor implementation over the course of the school year for literacy involving a CBAM study. So you'll hear more about that as well. And it will go into stages of concern, levels of use, what does good implementation look like, and how are we ensuring that everyone has the same shared understanding of that and are following through at all levels. So we've got some work to do. In other words, I couldn't pull out one thing and tell you it's this, but I hope to be able to tell you that more clearly a year from now.
Any other questions, Ms. Reed? Nope. Great. Yep, Ms. Parker.
Thank you. I have a question about the consistency of the MAP testing throughout the schools. Do they all do it at the same times? Is it like the first month of school and then spring? Do some of them do it multiple times? How consistent is the growth data?
We do have assessment windows that are outlined in the calendar every year. So a school has, these few weeks that are set aside throughout the district to complete the testing. Yes, and the timing does matter with NWEA because it is a norm reference test. And so our results are compared nationally to students who took the test at the same grade level. And so that timing does matter.
And so there's a window. How long is the window? I
want to say 4 weeks. Is it 4 weeks? It's a 3. Yeah, we give it beginning, middle, and end of the year.
Okay, and all the schools do that 3 times a year.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
3rd through 10th. Great.
Great, Ms. Miller.
Yes, thank you. I have a few questions. Looking at your quadrants in your upper right-hand, high growth, high performance, do you know how many charter schools are in that one?
I can count for you on my list.
Yeah, I think it's 13
This
for, yeah, 6 through 8 and 9 through 10.
How many
Of those are charters, yep.
On the other page, I have my list.
And
I have a list of schools. I can get that information.
That'd be great. I'd just be curious, kind of going back to Ms. Varda's point, Dr. Varda's point earlier about how you had gone to speak with different charter schools and the network in your area. I'd just be curious what programs they are using, and if you all looked at those and what those outcomes might provide for us in terms of compare contrast. Because if we already have a program that's working really well with these schools, how do we measure ourselves against them with this new program? And with this new offering of resource, there's got to be other school districts across the country, I'm sure, that are using it. Do we know how they're doing with it? I mean, I know you said Jefferson County and Kentucky. Candidly, that's a very different population that's being served in Jefferson County, Kentucky than here. So I'd want to be understanding what school districts that look and smell like Jefferson County, Colorado, in terms of the children that we're serving across our socioeconomics, as well as diversity of population. Who else we are looking to?
So Montgomery County in Maryland is very similar to Jeffco in Golden.
Okay. And have they used it for a couple years, 3 or 4 or 5? And what are their results looking like?
To be honest, I have not connected with Montgomery County. They're the only district that I'm still working on to make sure that we do connect. So I have an appointment with the curriculum person in Montgomery County to follow up with her to ask her those questions about how successful they've been and all of those things. It's not.
So the provider hasn't been able to give us that kind of information?
They don't. No. They give us the names of the different districts that use it, and they also give us a contact to be able to reach out to them.
Okay. I would think that would be important for us to know if there's somebody that's already doing something similar to what we're trying to do. Before we go out and invest, could we at least ask them what they're looking at and what their categoricals are looking like, and how they're doing? I mean, their categories will be different than ours, of course.
So Jefferson County in Kentucky has 96 elementary schools. So that's very similar to where Jefferson County Public Schools in Colorado has. We're with the amount of elementary schools, we're consistent.
Right. I just think the socioeconomics are different in Jefferson County, Kentucky, and so kind of goes back to, I think, your point about really how are the different communities being served and what's working. So I just want to be thoughtful about how we're addressing the different needs of our different communities. I think that's critical before we invest quite a bit of money, because candidly, we tested 4 schools in our pilot in math expressions, and we did not see improvement, and 65% of our kids in 6th grade can't do math on our CMath scores. And I think that's even more disturbing now. I think we can talk to our middle school parents right now, and they are very concerned about where their children are after the pandemic. And so I just want to make sure we're doing the right work and the right investment and tracking it properly, as we've talked about before. So that would be helpful, I think, for us to know. If we can get that either from Montgomery or from somebody else before. I'm not comfortable passing on something if I don't know exactly what we're benchmarking against, and that's something I think we should have. The other question I have is, I think it was last year or the year before, we had talked about in math for high school, construction geometry. Green Mountain was piloting or working on the applicability of math and real world context. And so coming back to, I think, what you were talking about was the applicability of the work that we're seeing for the math. Is that a part of this as well, that it's actually real world applicability by sophomore, junior year, because I think that was the context that some of our students were saying, math doesn't matter to me. I don't understand how it works for me in the real world.
Right. So the problems that are presented to students are very anchored to real world experiences. We're really looking at, in the pilot, Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2. The Geometry and Construction is, we're still going to have them continue to do that work the way that they have it established right now. So I don't think that that's part of, if we find out that this is where we want to make sure that those align, I think that that will be part of our conversation and part of the data that we gather as we move forward.
And will this also allow for acceleration? I know when we look back at our CMAS scores that I think you presented to the community in August, we were seeing some of our GT kids falling behind. We were seeing some of our what we would assume would be children that would be fine, quote unquote, are not fine. And so does it allow for acceleration? Does it also allow for supports for students to catch up and accelerate? Is that, I know we've talked about how we can make it children catch up and move faster to recover the learning losses that we've had.
Right. So yes, each unit has extensions for teachers to present to students, and it also has opportunities for teachers to do pre-teaching for different units so that kids have that additional scaffold. It also has places where teachers can modify questions to make sure the scaffolding is there so kids can really engage in the conversation at the grade level core content expectation.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would just add to that again, the resource can't do it all, that our teacher practice has to come alongside that. And we just this morning had a conversation around acceleration as an outcome. And what are those evidence-based practices or instructional strategies that teachers should be using to accelerate learning rather than remediate, so that we are teaching at grade level and providing the scaffolds to get students there and not remediating the gaps. So that's a teacher practice that we will be doing professional learning around to support our teachers with that.
And then may I ask just one more question? And then I just have one more question, and that is, does this program or curriculum also allow for algebra in 7th grade, geometry in 8th grade, so that we're able to kind of keep people on track for Calc 3 for them to be able to take physics AP junior or senior year?
Yeah, that's one of the things that we're really excited about, is that the Algebra 1 in middle school will be the same resource as it is in high school because they are the same standards. So absolutely. And then we'll, in articulation areas, we have a few articulation areas that we are really going to be able to have conversations with teachers to be able to ensure that teachers are having those same expectations because they are the same standards.
Okay,
Yeah,
great. Thank you.
absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Great. And so just to round us out, I just want to say two things I appreciate in the presentation, and then I'm going to be a reiterator. One is I did appreciate going through all of the steps, all of the different phases for review for this resource. And it was helpful to be able to sort of ground what that process kind of led us through. I share a slight concern about not having peer models that where we're able to sort of see what this has looked like moving forward. And I'm sure that as much as you're able to continue to provide some of that information to the board, I think it'll go a long way to help us to sort of see what we can anticipate in similar populations. And then also I appreciate the mentioning and the looking into, as part of that process, the opportunities and is it a good fit or not for our ESL and dual language students? Is it a translation that makes sense? And do students see themselves in the resource? I think it's incredibly important. So I just wanted to say thank you for having that be part of the overall process of selection. And then the last thing is just to say over and over again, and we heard it a lot tonight, around teacher time. I know one of the challenges, beyond a global pandemic, for this year, for the schools piloting into reading, is trying to figure out where that teacher time comes from to learn a new resource, be able to have PLCs that are meaningful, to understand how to best interpret and apply all of those resources, because otherwise it's not very valuable. And so I just want to make sure that we are thinking about what teacher time looks like in terms of adopting something brand new. I don't know if there's any overlap for schools that may have both of those things be new, literacy and math at the same time, but whatever it is, I just think I want us to be very thoughtful about how we're providing support to educators so that we can do this with fidelity and really get a good sense of how it can benefit our students.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to let Dr. Kim speak. Yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate the insight, and truly, you're right. We will need to partner with colleagues and other districts that are utilizing it to learn from their insight, to share practice, to give our teachers folks, because we know that when they collaborate and when they share practice, it certainly benefits, and it helps us build our skill set at a much deeper level. I also want to recognize and respect that the National Council for Teachers of Mathematics did go through a pretty robust process to determine that this was one of the top 2 programs available nationwide. And they would have come out with findings that said, we're going to lower that down on the list if they didn't see student performance happening. So it's not that it is completely unvetted. It does have a great amount of foundation behind it. Recognize that we need to do the work that needs to be done to make sure that we partner up with other districts. But our national level experts did do a great deal of vetting to make sure that this was a quality resource. So
Thanks for that
I want to make
reminder.
sure folks do recognize that.
Yeah.
And I know it wasn't a question, but you did mention it. Part of accepting folks into the pilot for math, there's a secondary focus for a reason, because we want literacy to be the focus for elementary. We do have 5 elementary schools, but they are not currently piloting a new literacy resource.
Great. Thanks to both of you for that clarification. Ms. Parker?
I have a comment and a final question. First comment is, my husband and I grew up in Montgomery County, Maryland. We raised our 4 kids in Montgomery County, Maryland. So I will say that, yes, it's very similar. I know. Yep.
Jefferson County, Kentucky is
No, but anyway, I feel really good about Montgomery County. But my question was, I heard a lot from middle school principals that they spent a lot of time normalizing the terminology and other parts of math. It was a hard first year, if you will, for the kids coming into their school. And that led me to wonder about the MAP test. Do the different curricula that are used at the elementary school and middle school level, is there a problem or a concern that some curricula doesn't match very well to the types of questions or the way that phrasing of the problems is? Is that something that we wanted to consider? And I guess along that line, is the MAP test frequently revised, or has it been around forever?
It has been around for a while. It is revised. I can't tell you what schedule they use, but I mean, they're constantly looking at that assessment. It should be resource agnostic. It's really looking at the standards and learning progressions that are involved to meet the standards. So it should be fairly resource agnostic. I don't know that would be a barrier to strong performance on it based on your resource. It's a norm referenced, so it compares student performance.
Great. Yeah. Superintendent, I would say Professor Dorland. I don't know. Superintendent Dorland, is there anything else you would like to add to the conversation before we, well, I don't know if you're actually going anywhere, but before we conclude this part of our agenda?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I really appreciate the push for us to look at some peer districts. We talked when I first started about this sort of island we're on in the state of Colorado as the second largest, right? And being so different from our neighbor Denver in terms of demographics is a challenge. And so, you know, sometimes we'll look at Cherry Creek, sometimes we'll look at Poudre as similar districts, but I think we really do need to push ourselves to think about what are national models. If we want to go from good to great to extraordinary, and if we want to be a national model, we really need to be comparing ourselves to a high standard and a high bar of other similar districts. And so I've visited Montgomery County, Maryland, and they are a pretty impressive school district. So it'll be interesting to see what we find when we talk with them. And I think this is something as we move towards data culture that we can build into some of our progress monitoring, especially as we finalize the strategic plan and get it going into action. So I appreciate that. Thank you. And then the other thing I would say is, and I appreciate Dr. Kim mentioning that NCTM had, sort of blessed, so to speak, this program, because I think we can get caught in questioning program after program after program. And if we get caught in that cycle, then we don't necessarily meet the need of the urgency that our schools are sharing with us that they need resources. Our teachers, when I talk to them, constantly say, I need more stuff. I need resources that are high quality, that'll meet my kids' needs. And I feel like we're behind in resource allocation around curriculum. And so being able to make some decisions, move it forward, pilot it, learn from it along the way is, I think, we talked often about that just right balance between urgency and decision making. And I think we just have to strike the balance. I do feel really good about this program. I feel good about the process that this team has followed to get to this decision. And I think we're going to learn a lot in the next year. And I want you to know that we'll be transparent about that learning. And we will connect with other districts that are similar to us who are using it.
Great. Thank you very much. Board, we're going to transition now to talk about a literacy update. So I'm not sure who's coming and going for the table. We've allocated 30 minutes for this presentation and discussion of literacy resources prior to our action later this evening on 2 consent agenda items related to the resources. Superintendent Dorland, did you want to add anything before we have our friends join us at the table? And welcome.
Yes. Last month, we talked about literacy as well. And I had some follow-up questions from several board members about what we were doing with literacy materials, how the pilot was quite a few schools in this initial pilot of Into Reading, how it was going. And there was just a request from the board for more information and more detail. And so as we were going to bring to you a decision on your consent agenda this evening for adoption of some additional materials, we wanted to make sure and be responsive to the questions you were asking. Several of you were asking, and we wanted to make sure that the whole board had access to that information prior to making a decision this evening. So thank you to the team for putting more information together for our board. And with that, I'll hand it over, I think, to Dr. Kim.
Hello again, President Schooley and members of the board. Thank you, Superintendent Dorland, for teeing that up nicely. Our literacy team did share information about the selection last month, and there were questions. And so we've asked both Dr. Eaton as well as her colleague to come in and talk a little bit about some of our data, what we know, and moving forward, what the plan is in terms of literacy and what we're proposing for this evening.
Hello, I'm Renee Nicodemus. I do want to just introduce Dr. Carol Eaton and also Dr. Heather McGillivray, who's here with us. So thank you for joining us. Okay, let's get us started. And once again, to reground in our mission, vision, and values, particularly in regards to a focus on students and instructional excellence, and a focus on our learners, our future. As I mentioned before, during the math presentation, a resource is not the only component that is going to be needed to see improved student outcomes in literacy or math. And we need to be thinking about this as a holistic system that we are trying to build. And so when we think about the system for early literacy, that we need to be thinking about these components, a vision for students, that there's a belief that students can and will be proficient readers by the end of second grade, and that our practices and our resources are anchored in the science. We also need to be thinking about the resources that we're providing because they do matter, and I'll share a little information that actually you've already had a chance to preview about high quality instructional materials and their critical importance to an overall effective system for early literacy. Data use would be another component. We'll talk to you a little bit about that this evening as well. And professional learning goes along with that, best instructional practices for our teachers and the time to do that. So we've kind of touched on all of these already, but we'll go a little bit deeper tonight with resources and the use of data. So again, the research shows us that high quality instructional materials are absolutely critical to an effective system, either for literacy or for math instruction. It also is a benefit to our teachers, then it gives them a foundation for collaborative conversations and teamwork where you're learning from each other and honing your skill set together as far as best practices that work with your students. So it really creates that floor. We've all got the same resource. We can have the same conversations about the teaching and learning that's happening in our classrooms, but it certainly doesn't create that ceiling. That's where the teacher skills, the art and science of teaching come into play. Research also shows that students oftentimes in our lower SES schools receive instruction to weaker content and lower standards. This is a phenomenon that occurs frequently. It's often talked about as referencing to the norm because you see the norm in front of you day after day and you start to assume that is the norm for all students. While it might not be as rigorous as the norm and the expectations at a different school with higher SES. So the theory would be if students are given access to higher quality instruction materials that are standards aligned to grade level expectations, we should see achievement gaps closing. It would reduce the incidence of this phenomenon. So not only do we understand that high quality instructional materials are critical and are a foundational component to an effective system, there's also a compliance component to what we're asking you to approve for us this evening. Not too long ago, we did receive this letter in October. It's an out of compliance letter from CDE in which they stated that we were out of compliance with current legislation requiring the use of core programs for K-3 literacy instruction in our schools. When we submitted our plan to make sure that we had those things in place, they then sent us another letter that said, you need to do this more quickly. Your timeline is too long. So we have until school year 23-24 to ensure that all of our schools are using an approved resource for literacy instruction K-3. So let's look at the data. These are, right now, these we have brought to you for approval. Wonders is a new resource. HMH Interreading has already been approved by the board earlier, but we are bringing you to for approval of Wonders and CKLA. Wonders is Houghton Mifflin, where several of our schools are using that, 7 of them to be exact. And CKLA is Core Knowledge. We've got a few schools using that, 2 of our schools, with a few more that are interested. And then we've got 8 schools that are currently using EL Education, which is formerly known as Expeditionary Learning. So this is kind of a look at what's currently in use, what we're asking you to approve as new resources, and the number of schools where they've been in use.
Ms. Nikiforos, can you just explain the difference between the expeditionary learning curriculum and the expeditionary learning program model for a whole school and what this means here? I just think that's an important clarification for our board to understand.
If I understand the question correctly, you can bring on just the materials. Is that what you're referring to? Or you can adopt the whole program model, which we learned from our Johns Hopkins study. A whole program model is what makes a difference in student outcomes, that just adopting the resources themselves. What we found from Johns Hopkins study is schools aren't seeing the student outcomes go along with that when they're just adopting the resources and not adopting the whole school philosophy around expeditionary learning. Does that answer the question that you're wondering about? Yeah. So it's not just the materials, again, it is the whole system, it's the philosophy and approach to learning that makes a difference for students. This is a school demographics breakdown for by resource. You can just take a look at that. And then next we'll be showing you the quadrant graphs, similar to the ones that you saw for math. But we have a little bit more information added to these. So this is a holistic view of all of the programs in our schools, as well as other things that are being used as resources for instruction. And so if you see on the right, we do have a color-coded key to help you make sense. This, I apologize, this was not in your original packet of materials that you were provided, but we did develop this slide in response to some of your questions. And so hopefully this provides additional clarity for you as far as what's being used in our schools and certain types of schools. So again, on the right is our key. So the blue dots represent schools that are using Into Reading. The green dots are using Wonders. The orange is CKLA. The red are EL. And the remaining white dots are using other resources like Bridge to Curriculum or different balanced literacy resources that teachers have pulled in themselves. And then the triangles represent our Title I schools. So you have blue triangles, you have red triangles. Does that make sense? So our red triangle school is a title school using EL. Okay. And then of course the white is other. So I'm just going to give you a minute to look at that because I know you haven't had a chance to really preview this. Again, keeping in mind, high performance, high growth means students are hitting grade level expectations or benchmarks for that or close. We're talking about growth. So they're hitting that projected growth. And then high growth, high performance, getting to those grade level expectations. So they're doing both. We're seeing them grow at the rate we would hope we would see them grow and also perform at closer to grade level expectations.
I just want to point out a couple of things with this. Part of why we tried to put this together is sort of a baseline look. Part of the questions that we got were, how do we know what schools chose what resource, which are Title I schools, which are not? This doesn't indicate the quality of school performance has to do with the reference or the resource because we're just looking at the adoption of the resource. But it's a starting place for us to be able to look at and say, as our schools implement the resource and as student performance is impacted by both the art and science of teaching, it gives us a look at how do we know how our students are performing, how do we know how our schools are performing, how do we know in relation to what they're using in terms of resource, which is in reference to some of the questions that you asked.
Yeah, thank you for that. Even though we want to see everyone in the green upper right, I think it's also important to point out, even on the upper left, this is where we would see you will oftentimes see some of our lower SES or our title schools falling because they may be seeing high growth. All of their students may not be meeting those grade level expectations yet, but the work that's happening at those schools are showing higher growth that would hopefully and eventually close that gap, and we would see them getting to those grade level expectations. So they may not be at grade level yet, but they are showing the kind of growth they would need to get there. And again, it would be very, very challenging to make a strong argument this has to do with the specific resource because we don't have a good handle on the level of implementation, the fidelity of that resource, what supplements might be being used. There's a lot of variables to tease out there. It is a starting point. So these are the graphs that you had in your packet earlier. They are just by the one resource. So all the other white dots are the other schools, and the blue dots are the schools using Into Reading. And this table breaks down the number of schools. And then at the bottom of this slide, if you hadn't noticed, a summary. 4 schools moved to higher growth or achievement, 6 moved to lower achievement, and all others remain the same for Into Reading. And this is 3rd through 5th. Here it is again for Wonders. Green dots are the Wonders schools. And again, this is the number. 2 schools moving to higher growth, and the others remaining the same. This is it for EL. And the number of schools.
So the data shared on those graphs that we just saw are very high level, and it just tells us right now what our schools look like from fall to winter for this year, and then we chose 2 years ago because of the pandemic disruptions in the data. So it's a very high level achievement overall. When you think about when you're evaluating the effectiveness of a district, a new literacy implementation or a new initiative, any kind of program initiative,
we really need a deeper multi-year approach when we're thinking about how we do program evaluation. So Dr. McGillivray and I are going to provide a quick overview of our approach, which is the concerns-based adoption model. It's called CBAM, and it's how we're going to approach both literacy and math, which you heard about earlier tonight, for our program evaluation as a district. So when you think about any change, there are a lot of factors to consider, and I think Ms. Nikithotis talked about some of those tonight, and Dr. Kim. So I want to give an example of just an individual change. So let's say you made a New Year's resolution, and you're going to want to exercise regularly, right? So you buy a new pair of Nikes, and you're just going to do it. It seems so simple and so straightforward, but opening that box, that shoe box, is the first step of doing that change initiative for yourself. So you have to think about, do I have the skills to know how to do this exercise? Do I know what to eat and drink before and after I exercise? What am I thinking about for my targets of my heart rate and the pace and the distance? So there's a lot of things to think about, not to even mention motivation and accountability, and it's just an individual change. So now imagine that change happening across a whole team of runners, and how complicated that is and complex when you're thinking about the whole team, not changes for each individual adding up to the team. And so when you think about change as an organization, it's very complex. And what we find in this model we're sharing tonight, the concerns-based adoption model, it gives us a way to account for that complexity of implementation. So Dr. McGillivray is going to walk us through that at a very high level, what this looks like, to give you a sense of how we're going to approach this work.
My button. I'm a rookie. So I'm going to talk about CBAM, the concerns-based adoption model, each of the components and what they are. So let's start with the ICM, or the Innovation Configuration Map. That's that top purple circle up there. That is a map of the innovation and how it should be implemented. So a picture of what it looks like. Dr. Jean Hall, who's the creator of CBAM, talks about changes moving across a bridge from the old ways to the new ways. And the Innovation Configuration Map details that change, that progress that an educator makes as they move across that bridge. So that's what we'll start with in the early literacy program. What does the early literacy program implementation look like as you move from non-use to refinement? If that makes sense. The next piece is the stages of concern. And it talks about assessing teachers' concerns about implementing the new resource. Teachers might have personal concerns. I need more information. What is this resource? How will it change my teaching? They might have management concerns. How much planning will I have to do over the weekend? How much will I have to learn? How will I get my materials organized? What do I do with each unit? Or they might have impact concerns. Will this work for my students? How can I collaborate with other teachers with this resource? So think about the personal concerns, the management concerns, and the impact concerns. If we don't address those concerns, we don't have effective implementation, because we've got to overcome those concerns. And the change facilitators, school leadership, folks here at the Ed Center, we will assess those concerns, so that stage of concern, share them back with these folks so we can provide the supports and resources that are necessary. That's stages of concern. Then the last piece is levels of use. So think about levels of use as fidelity of implementation. So are they using the resource the way it's designed to be used? And there's multiple levels of use. So moving from non-use to orientation. What is this? Let me take a look at this. Preparing. That's still non-use. Orientation and preparation is non-use. Then you move into mechanical use. Like the first time you've done something, you're a little clunky. It's sort of like, how do I do this? To refinement. So you get smoother at that use. And then you move into a real refinement. So from routine to refinement to integration, where you're making adaptations for your students. Maybe you're pacing, differentiation, and you're such an expert. You're so fluid and fluent in the use of that resource that you can make those minor adaptations that are acceptable and within the boundaries of the innovation configuration map. So each of these components is iterative and changes over time. So it's a long multi-year process. And so through interviews and surveys, we can establish trustworthy evidence about implementation. So that's sort of the center, evidence of implementation. And that information can be used to make mid-course corrections, improvements. Once we understand implementation, now we connect it to the student outcomes. And I know we want to connect it to those student outcomes, right? But if we don't have implementation, student outcomes are merely a thumbs up or a thumbs down. They don't tell us the when, why, where, or how. We can't replicate, we can't scale, we can't glean lesson learned unless we connect the outcomes to the when, why, how piece, the implementation, if that makes sense. So what kind of data are we going to use for the student outcomes? So we are looking at a myriad of data, both proximal data that's sort of closer and distal data. So think of distal data as like the state test. It's a little more distal. Proximal data is assessments more formative in the classroom and looking at sort of those benchmark pieces. But we also need to understand what is working for whom under what conditions. In our statistical models, we need to think about instructional program, GT, IEP, ELL. These are things we all have to factor in, as well as educator characteristics like years of service, years of teaching, how long have they been teaching, school level factors, turnover in leadership, a percent of FRL, are they a title school? These things all impact, and you factor them all into a multi-level model, and that's how you look at those outcomes. And you connect them then. A factor in the model is level of use of the implementation. So again, it's multi-year. It's a multi-year implementation. It's a multi-year evaluation. We're so lucky because we're going to be partnering with the University of Colorado at Denver to do this work, and Dr. Gene Hall, who we worked with in the past. He is the creator of CBAM, and these experts will help us to build our capacity to become change agents, facilitators of change. Works for early literacy, works for middle school math, works for any change that we want to make. We need to understand and learn how to make changes because we want to make some changes.
Thank you, Heather. I think that we've learned over time that implementation is where the rubber meets the road, right? We all know that. And I do think this will help us as a system become better and more well-equipped and more well-trained at implementation and implementing any initiative well. So to reiterate some of the things that Dr. McGillivray lifted up, the best practices around progress monitoring, which we will be looking at these pieces throughout this next year with the rest of our schools coming on board with a resource. We will be monitoring staff and student engagement. We will be monitoring teacher practices. We are in the process of identifying evidence-based, research-based instructional practices that all of our teachers will know and be able to do in the classroom that we'll be able to monitor along the way as far as how those practices are being used. We'll also be looking at student outcomes along the way. Curriculum-based assessments as well. We'll be identifying 1 or 2 assessments that all teachers will be using from their resource that we can start to compare student performance over time with those curriculum-based measures as well. Okay, so what questions do you have for us?
All right, board. Now it's time to get into literacy. Is there anyone that would like to start with dialogue, discussion, questions that have come up from the presentation? Ms. Miller.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you for the information that you all provided, giving us kind of an indication of where schools are, and being able to see them, actually the schools' names, when you guys are able to update that would be great. I guess I'm going to push back a little bit on the runner example. We have teachers that have gone through the science of reading. They've gone through all of that work over the past number of months. We are trying really hard to give them resources so that they're not having to go out and find resources that they want to, that they're having to reapply into their classrooms. And so I'm hoping that we are more of the runner's team as opposed to the individual runner, because the runner's team is already knowing how to run and already knowing how to be gauging that race. And so we have, for the past 12 or 15 years, I don't know how many different times if we've done this. You said that we've had 1 year before.
Yeah, we worked with Gene Hall on the strategic plan. You'll remember we came and we you guys recognized our award that we received for
Right.
that research from American Educational Research Association. We received a Distinguished Paper Award.
Okay, so that was the work that was done. Okay, great. Thank you for the context. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I am at the point where I am hopeful that we don't have such a longitudinal study that we have to wait 4 years to see is it working or not. And I know you're saying no, but my concern is if we put parameters on it that we're just starting, then I don't think we're honoring our teachers as the professionals that they are able to see the materials and relish it and work with their leaders, and that if a leader leaves and goes someplace else, hopefully the next leader coming in is going to have the same context because we're all on the same page. So I'm hoping that accelerates our opportunities for our children, so that the implementation of these programs is not 4 or 5 years away, that it's, our first graders hit the ground, our second graders hit the ground, our third graders hit the ground. So I appreciate the context that you're saying how we're going to evaluate it, but I am hopeful that we'll start to see some real outcomes for our first graders, that they are starting to move faster than we have had in the past. I think that there's only up for our kids. So that's where I'm hoping that we don't just wait for the data. I know we won't, but I'm anxious that we have the fortitude to be looking at this again next year at this time and saying, how are we doing? I know we have to do more work for the data analysis and that type of thing, but to me, we should be able to kind of put this package together effectively with all the work that's been done with our teachers and our principals already.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the CBAM model is just that, right? It's not waiting till 2 or 3 years to get some kind of summative data at the end to see, did it work? Cross our fingers. We hope it did. It's really meant to be that iterative, giving information just in time to be able to know what is working in all the stages, right? It's in the professional practices. It's also in outcomes for students, as you see over time. Outcomes can also be engagement for students. There's lots of different ways to measure outcomes, and performance is important as well. So I think my analogy is meant to be pretty simple, just to show how complex change can be. But we know that we're on all different stages of implementation. We have teachers that are masters at it already, right? And then we have teachers that are just beginning their teaching career, and they're going to be pretty new to teaching, period, and the program. So I think what CBAM does is it accounts for all of those ranges, and it helps us understand under what conditions are we seeing success and how do we support. It identifies places to support, places that need more success. So it helps us be better at strengthening what's working and helping what's not working.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Nicothotis, did you want to add on to that? I didn't want to cut you off.
Well, I did. Ms. Miller just mentioned talking about how we did at the end of the year, and I do want to say out loud that there will be regular intervals throughout the year that we will be providing reports to you as far as progress, the curriculum-based measures, what we're learning from these processes that we're talking about. So you'll be getting more frequent report outs around performance and implementation throughout the year.
Great, thank you. Other board member questions? Ms. Reed?
I do know that it takes a while to see results on something that you need time. But I am wondering, are we having a chance to check in with teachers and see how they're feeling about the process? Are they feeling positive about it? Are they feeling like it's helping them do a better job, even if it's not showing up right away on the raw data?
Push my button.
Yep, gotta hear you.
I'm on mute. Am I remote? Yeah, okay. If you can go back one slide, that would be so helpful. Thank you. Stages of Concern is a survey that asks about beliefs, attitudes, and what they're experiencing. Levels of use is classroom observations, but also in-depth interviews with teachers that the research team is trained and certified to conduct. And that really unpacks how teachers are feeling about the resource and what obstacles they're experiencing, as well as what seems to be going really well. So it's a very deep inquiry. And so we can connect that at the classroom level to data about students. And so we lifted that up quite a bit in our last study about how teachers were feeling about the change.
And I would just add, Ms. Reed, I think you might be talking about right now. Are we getting any feedback about this year?
Yeah.
And I think the answer is absolutely. There's a survey right now in the field, and we're getting really good feedback from our teachers about what they're excited about, some of the challenges that we're facing. So we're learning right now from our teachers. It's still open, so we don't have that data yet, but we started looking at it. And we're getting some really good information about some of those stages of concern and some of the pieces that are working well for them and some of the things we might be adjusting already. Yeah, sorry.
Cohort 1 schools that are piloting now.
Sorry, I forgot about that.
Anything else, Ms. Reed? No? Okay. Yep, Dr. Barta?
I'm just a big data geek, so I really appreciated that presentation. And I just wanted to say your example of a multivariate model as the runner. I teach a class called evidence-based decision making at the university, and I might have to ask you to come talk to my students about multivariate modeling and how to make it real for them. So thanks. And I actually just, aside from that, just really appreciate, we've heard a lot of presentations on data, and it's a lot of descriptive and a lot of one variable or one outcome. And so what you described gave me a lot of confidence in the way I wanted to see the methods, section of the, it sounds like, so that I appreciated that. And especially when you talked about outcomes, proximal versus distal, because we hear a lot of talk about the distal measure that you mentioned. And I don't think that we consider enough the other types of, in the classroom measures. And so I love that. And I imagine that over years we'll have so much data on this, we can start doing some really advanced modeling, even machine learning type of things. So I just really kind of geeked out for a minute on the data part. I have one other comment and then one question. I mentioned this last time at our study session, so I just want to advocate again. As we are funding this year through the district resources, I really hope that our district will consider continuing funding these resources. And I know that we talked about last time the investment in the first year is greater than the support of it over time. But I just don't want this to have to come out of our SVB budgets. It creates that inequality again. I think if we're going to do a just right balance of a systems resource, I said it last time, I will be one board member that will hope that we can prioritize this as a board in terms of funding this outside of SVB budgets and make sure that we're funding it in a way that can make sure this program is consistent and sustainable over time, because I think we have a habit of funding something for some time and then we lose that commitment. So just wanted to kind of support that. My question was, last time we talked about rolling this into implementation and now even faster, and we had some staff that was sitting over here that was talking about the way they support our teachers, and I think there were 4 of them. And then you all mentioned maybe 3,000 plus teachers implementing this. And I still remain concerned that we don't have enough support for those teachers in this transition with that level of staff able to support such a huge transition. So I do want to ask it as a question, what are we doing to alleviate those concerns?
I'll go back to the comments toward the end of the conversation with that Superintendent Dorland made, which, coming from larger districts, one of the things that we recognize is that when you do invest in a wide scale implementation like this, everyone's all hands on deck to help out with that. We really have to recognize that our entire ERD team has to support this in order for it to work well. We've got to make sure that everyone provides support in whatever ways we possibly can. And so I'll let Renee speak to more of that. But really, if this is going to be one of our major priorities within our plan, we have to make sure that we leverage all of our folks to make sure that our schools are successful with it.
Yeah, you are right. There's the 4 TOSAs within the literacy team is not going to be enough support for our teachers, absolutely. So we have been engaging over the last few weeks in conversations around what does a broader implementation support team look like. and what are the different kinds of structures we might be able to provide our teachers, even the schools that are using an established resource. Like we have 8 schools that are using EL, and I think we have 2 more that would like to come on next year for that. Could we create a peer learning network for those schools to come together and highly train their instructional coaches that are embedded at their school for that job embedded learning that we know is best practice to support their learning along the way. So we're looking at a lot of different structures like that, along with our teacher learning labs, but having everyone come together from the different departments in educator learning, from the literacy TOSAs to our instructional coaches that are already in our building, and doing some trainer of trainer type of training for them over the summer. So they're equipped to really support our schools in larger teams. And identifying some of them. If I have a GT Center program at my school, I'm going to want to have a GT resource teacher on that implementation support team who's working very closely with those teachers to adapt the materials to ensure that we are getting to that acceleration, knowing that we have a large population of those students at the school. So we're thinking through a lot of different ways that we can bring people together, and they may need to pause on some of the work they're doing right now in order to support this implementation.
Yeah, I just might add to that. Thank you. I think that's the exact right approach. And it is what we talked about a little bit last month in more detail. And I appreciate you taking the steps over the last several weeks to kind of explore that capacity building model and shared ownership of this work with the ERD team. I will also say that the way that you get to high quality implementation at scale in a district of this size is a capacity building model. And so you heard tonight in public comment that we don't want more resources at the central office. We want more resources centered on support for our schools, working directly with students in support of teachers and children. I don't disagree with that at all. What that means, though, is if we want to value more resources going to our schools or the same amount of resources going to our schools, every time we have a big initiative, we can't hire 15 people at the central office to help us get it done. And so this is where we get into this shift that we really need to make as an organization, where the Ed Center and schools are in partnership of the work. And we really need to make sure that we have the conversation around what are we not going to do if these are the things that we have to do. And that's part of the strategic planning process, where we don't want to end up with 37 tactics or whatever it might be. We want to end up with, when you think about the just right balance between coherence and school-based autonomy, not everything can be coherent, but a few things can. And you got to pick which ones are going to be coherent. And then you have to build capacity around those few things, both at the Ed Center with our centralized folks who are incredibly talented, and in our buildings. And we have to think about ways. I think, Ms. Miller, you brought up such a great point around, let's not assume that our teachers don't already bring amazing skills to the table when they begin to implement a program like this. They do. We have incredible teachers who just want a resource so that they can actually hone their skills without going and searching for everything all the time. So we can also think about, and I'd be thrilled to have a future conversation around teacher leadership, because we have incredible practitioners in classrooms who actually can help their colleagues side by side. And I think that's the most impactful capacity building that we can do. So those are all future conversations that, see, I'm getting everybody like all excited over here because I'm like speaking their language. Yeah. But I do think it has to be a capacity building model, especially if we want our budget to reflect our value, which is support for schools. And that is what we want. That's what we're going to try to move towards. We're going to talk about budget in a minute here, or we can have more of that conversation, but thank you.
Well, I just have to add, you read my mind. Just today, we had a meeting to discuss a teacher leader program from our cohort 1 schools that we would be able to roll out as another support model. I mentioned the peer learning network, our job embedded approach with coaching, but also having a teacher leader component to this. So we're already exploring that model using our cohort 1s from our schools from our pilot this year. Great. Thank you. I'm excited.
I just didn't say thank you. I think of this every time. I say it every time. I didn't know as a parent that this wasn't happening. And I do think it'll be a real game changer. I am happy that my own kids will get to experience this kind of literacy program as they go through their education in Jeffco.
Great, thank you. Ms. Parker, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, I just want to thank you so much for all the work you've put into this. Your presentations are really helpful, and your responsiveness to get us the extra information and, breaking it down by school and by Title I and so forth was just really helpful to me, because that's the kind of evaluation I think is important for us to know if something's going to be successful or not. So I'll also say, as a new board member, I had no idea that we didn't have more consistent curricula across the schools. I was shocked, actually. So I'm very excited that we're doing all this work to make it more consistent. So thank you.
Great. My questions and comments were all taken care of and said well by my colleagues. So I'll just end with thank you very much. I think we all look forward to seeing how this is sort of brought back in front of us and how we can continue to sort of help be good thought partners with you all as we move forward. So thanks so much. Appreciate it. Superintendent Dorland, anything else before we move on? Do you? Good. Awesome. All right. Are we okay to continue going? Okay, great. So our next piece is a resolution around regional opportunities for thriving schools. We've estimated about 15 minutes for this. So as some sort of background, changing demographics in Jeffco Public Schools has led to fewer school-age children and a corresponding decline in student enrollment in the district. As a result of this decline in enrollment, the district's capacity for 96,000 students in district-run schools significantly exceeds the enrollment of 69,000 students in such schools. Schools with significant excess capacity cannot sustain the district-defined level of service and programming inherent in a thriving school, and there's a need for a consolidation plan and pathway to concentrate district resources to support the guiding focus of the Jeffco Thrives 2025 strategic plan. The Board of Education desires for the superintendent to initiate efforts immediately to develop a consolidation plan with the input of district communities and bring the resolution before the board for adoption. So Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you would like to add before we move forward?
I just want to thank our staff and our legal counsel for supporting us in drafting this resolution for your consideration this evening, and I'm looking forward to hearing your conversation to understand if it's in a place where the board feels good about it, or if there are adjustments that you would ask me to make to bring back to you. And so I will sit back and listen and take notes, and thank you.
So we're going to move forward to the motion on the agenda, and then we'll be able to have discussion following. Is there a motion on this agenda item?
I move that the Board of Education adopts the resolution regarding regional opportunities for thriving schools as presented and entered into the record.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great. You guys are quick. Is there any discussion around the resolution? It is in board docs. I know there has already been some feedback provided, so this is our opportunity to provide any other language changes, edits, additions that we'd like to see before we formalize this for our superintendent to run with.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work that was done on this and the thoughtfulness that went into it. I guess I have a couple questions, and that is when we're thinking about item number 2 under the now therefore be resolved, which is the exception of investments to improve or enhance safety and security and address failing infrastructure. Do we have a boundary that you all would be talking about in terms of investment? Are we talking 200,000, 250,000? What's the kind of framework that we would be talking about? Number one, and number two, we had a question about percentage of utilization level. So, as we move forward with our CIP program, are we looking at 55%, 65%? Because we have different boundaries within our facility master plan of what we have said in terms of sizing and what low utilization is. So I just want to make sure we're comfortable with whatever comes before that, Mr. Bell or Superintendent, that you bring forward to us, that we have an understanding of what those parameters are and value.
So I think some of the detail and clarity on that and the sandbox that we might want to draw will emerge as we continue next month and over the course of the summer to define what a region means and where the first region might be, and to take a look at that. We made it pretty general here, but I can give you some examples of what might apply. So here's an example. We do, in many of our elementary schools that are slated for upcoming and or future investment from the CIP, many of them have a secured vestibule project as part of their investment. I might suggest that safety is number one and that we should continue to invest in secured vestibules as long as students are going to be in a building, no matter for how long they're going to be there. Most of those projects are, every school building has different context. In this building, you need to rip into the brick wall to make the window. And in this building, you need to build on a whole new aluminum front in order to even create the vestibule. And so every school building has a little bit different needs when it comes to doing something like that. But I would say in general, and I know Mr. Bell, who I can't see because he's behind me, will correct me if I'm wrong, that in general, a secured vestibule costs on average around $200,000 to $250,000. I think what we want to do is make sure that if there are investments that we feel still need to happen in a building, even though it might be part of a regional opportunity, we would probably be coming to you to say, hey, we still want to make this secured vestibule investment, even though this school is going to be part of a consideration of this region, because we believe in safety. And we would probably be able to define those metrics and some of those needs as we go forward and define the regions. But that's an example of what might cost around $200,000. We may not, though, in that same building, do all the new carpeting and all the paint over here and all of the HVAC work. And so we would probably, what this is saying to me is that it's causing us to pay attention more closely to the investments that we're making so that we're not just blindly following a CIP plan that was created pre-pandemic and pre-enrollment levels that we currently have. And it's causing us to make sure that we're making smart investments in things that we think are important when students are in a building, and possibly not making investments so that we could use some of those funds to reinvest as we come up with creative ideas for thriving regions. And so that's the intent here, and that's an example. I don't know if is that a helpful answer?
Sorry. Yes, that helps. I'm sorry. I know I'm taking off of other people's guidance. No, that is very helpful. And we have gone through this process in the past. And I think, you certainly have lived and breathed it, and, we've seen it, Paula, right? And so I'm cognizant of how we do this in a thoughtful way. And knowing how there can be, just because I live and breathe this for my job, knowing how it can be a very stressful time. We're going from 96,000 seats. We have 69,000 children. I think we're going to hear a budget conversation this evening that says we're starting to kind of lose our ability to have our averaging of 5 years. I don't want to put our staff into a adversarial process. I want it to be a supportive process. And so sometimes it's helpful to have somebody come from the outside to take the what if, like what can be envisioned, so that just when you're thinking about how you would use consultants or how you would use people that could be helpful to us, they can be useful because they can take the fear and redirect it in a good way, so that it's not the district has already figured it out they already know what the answer is going to be, as opposed to, hey, what if we thought about, a K-8 here, or what if we thought about a full campus here, that we could use these 3 schools and it could be envisioned this way. So I'm just saying that it's helpful to have somebody from the outside that can kind of say what if, and not be not have the district be the one that's coming up with those those issues. And that way, I think we could then have a more iterative process. That would be my suggestion. And then, and I would say we need to think more than just one. Personally, going from just one region, I think we need to be having a different sense of urgency with potentially a more expansive thought process, because this is only going to be more challenging as we go along. So those would be my thoughts.
Yep. Any other comments, discussion for this agenda item? Dr. Varda?
I totally agree that this will be helpful to have that kind of input for all kinds of reasons. And I also think that it will be really, really helpful. Like when I was getting a lot of phone calls and pings about Pomona, and then I learned that what had happened, like they came together and a teacher came with a bunch of scenarios, and he showed me those, and I thought, oh my gosh, like this is so great. We need more of this, of people who are in the middle of this, who have resources and ideas to come into our conversation here and bring, like, I never would have thought to do the scenarios that he did. And he was using the SBB principles and, how we, and the FTEs that were assigned. And it just, I was like, this is brilliant. And I don't know that we would have known to go to that. So I'm hoping that as we go through this process, we really, really value the expertise of consultants, the expertise of the people living the experience, and make lots and lots of space for us to open our minds to go, what can we do here? Because having done these school visits and seeing the differences across the schools in one day of what kids are getting in one school and not another, there's such an opportunity I think we have here to help families see this as an opportunity that they want for their kids. I'm hoping parents want to see us do this job so that their kids have a better school experience. And I think we can really help communicate that well, that this is an opportunity and not necessarily a loss every time we have to make a decision or come up with something. So I really am glad to be a part of the process right now. And I think it's hard. And I think that we're all a little daunted probably by it, and on a range of issues from like financial, legal, and emotional. But I think this is really important. And I think we can change the narrative around what we're about to do in a positive way for our kids.
Any other board members, questions, comments, edits to the language, or other things you want to talk about? Okay. It has been moved and seconded to adopt the resolution regarding regional opportunities for thriving schools as presented and entered into the record. Roll call, please.
Ms. Miller?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Barda?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, board. And thank you, Superintendent Dorland, and to your team, because it'll be some hard work going forward, but we look forward to partnering with you on that. So we move on now to budget development. We've allocated about an hour for this. Oh, it gets dark all of a sudden. For about an hour for this topic, which is our final discussion item tonight, development steps for the district's budget for next school year. We'll invite our friends up to the front. We will receive an update on the status of projected funding from the state based on the March economic forecast and the impacts to the district's 22-23 budget, including a financial update on the current status of resources and assumptions for development of the district's 22-23 budget, recommended partial funding for a select list of budgetary increases submitted by district departments as part of the budget for outcomes process. Staff is requesting from us board on the project revenue for 22-23 and recommended departmental budgetary increases that have been prioritized. As we welcome you all up here, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you want to add before we turn it over to Ms. Copeland and friends?
Yes, I'd like to kick us off. This is a really important topic, and this is, I believe, as we've talked, over the last several months, that this is part of your biggest job is to approve the budget. And so I'm anxious for this conversation. I'm excited about it. I'm appreciative of the information that the staff has put together tonight and looking forward to your conversation. We're going to let Brenna go all the way through, and then we'll come back. And I think that's just going to be the most efficient and the most beneficial for you to see the full picture and then have your conversation. A couple things that I want to frame before we begin the conversation. What we need from you tonight is on this slide. You are not making decisions tonight. It's twofold. We want you to understand and align with us on what we're saying are some projections for the 23 revenue from the state. And that is based on the Joint Budget Committee recommendations in the draft of the current long bill. The second thing we want you to do is understand and align or request changes or more information possibly on staff recommendations for departmental budget increases. And that's the budgeting for outcomes process that we use here for departments to say, hey, I need this next year, above and beyond what I already have. And so we're going to talk through a little bit how Brenna and I have what framework we have used to make some of those decisions in terms of what we would propose be in the budget for next year. You may say to us, we don't like any of this. That's okay. You might say, we like all of this, and I think this is missing. That's fine too. Or can we get more information about all of this? And we'd be happy to do that. We have Dr. Kim joining Brenna tonight from a program perspective. So, the CFO doesn't make decisions about what we spend money on. Honestly, you guys do. But we have program experts, especially on the academic side, which is where so much of our funding goes. And so she's here, Dr. Kim is here to help answer some of your programming questions around some of those BFO requests as well. And I can do so also, but I think it'll be good context for Dr. Kim to answer some questions. And then the last thing I want to say is, and it's just, I think, important for all of you, and maybe Ms. Miller and President Schooley, you have some reflections on this as well. I have spent a lot of years in public school financing. And I actually think I know a lot about it. I think my CFO would say that I do too. Yeah, thank you. And one thing I know is that it often takes a full budget cycle to really understand a budget. And so I will just share with you that I'm really excited because this is the opportunity for Brenna and I to begin a full year cycle where we've built the budget with you for your consideration and hopeful approval at some point. And then we'll be implementing it. And so we're going to learn, and I've said this, I think, last meeting as well, but we're going to be smarter tomorrow than we are today. And Brenna and I are going to learn so much more about the patterns and the trends and the ins and outs of how the budget is built and then how the expenditures flow over the course of the next 12 months. And I know you heard tonight in public comment a lot of questions, and I've heard it, not even just in public comment, but I've heard it all year. And I know many of you have as well, and maybe some of you have even experienced it when you were staff members. This question of, why are you underestimating revenue and overestimating expenditures every year? Why do you say we're going to go into fund balance at $42 million, and then all of a sudden we're to the good $20 million at the end? And I'm just going to honestly say, Brenna and I are new, and we are figuring that out. I agree that has been a typical and historical issue in Jeffco. I can't stand it. And I agree it's a huge problem. And I believe it has created and built a lot of mistrust between us and us being the district and our employees and our associations. And I don't want to be in that spot for a whole lot longer. But it is because the budget is so large and because there are so many moving parts, it's taking me and Brenna some time to understand it. I will also say we've talked about Anaplan as a new budgeting module system. And that tool alone is going to make it easier for Brenna and I to look at some data and understand the expenditure patterns and trends. And so it will take us some time, but I just want you to know I am committed to getting this more dialed in so that we can build trust and more confidence in our forecasting and our projections. And I just want to acknowledge it's an issue, and I agree that it's an issue. So with that frame, I'm really excited to get to an approved budget this year, because then it's going to be a budget that Brenna and I worked on with our team and the cabinet group and our associations through bargaining, that we've presented to you, that you've approved, and then we're going to work it for the year. And we're going to learn a lot in the next 12 months, and we're going to be even smarter tomorrow than we are today. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Copeland.
Great, thank you. We'll start with quick introductions. I'm Brenna Copeland. I'm the Chief Financial Officer in the district.
Brian Simmons, I'm the Budget Manager.
And Dr. Kim is here too. All right, so without further ado, here's our agenda. We're going to start with the fiscal outlook. This does reflect the March forecast, and that's something we tune into every year because it's such a big part of watching how the state budget evolves for the following year. And that will cascade directly into our revenue projections. Then we're going to go over the departmental budget recommendations, and Dr. Kim and I will share what those are and some of the why, and towards the end of all this, entertain your questions. Here we are again with the budget development process. We haven't moved from the last time I met with you, but that's only because 2 months appear in that same box. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about the Legislative Council forecast update. So what was interesting is that the March projection did look pretty different than December. That was sort of a bummer. There were a number of factors for that. And the next slide shows the actual state's general fund projection. So we'll go over that. But their projection for total state general fund revenues did go down quite a bit. It didn't go down much for the year we're in, which I guess is reassuring. That number should be fairly stable, but it did go down for FY23 and 24. And the reason I mention that is combined with the state's new forecast for inflation, it is starting to create those pinch points a little bit in the state's own assessment of the resources they will have available to share with us. And so in this same March forecast, they did say there is the potential for the calendar year 22 inflation to be 7.0. Now, when they had estimated that same figure back in December, they estimated it at 3.8. Those are wildly different numbers, right? And why does that matter to us? Well, the trailing inflation, so meaning the calendar year 2022 inflation, drives actually our FY24 budget. Now we're talking about FY23, but I'm just saying it drives 24. But to see their own forecast shift that much in a relatively short amount of time, I think gives you a sense for the variability here. And so as you hear more from us about what assumptions we are making, et cetera, this is part of the context, of course. And if the inflation did reach 7% and the state was trying to fund education with a 7% PPR increase, with those revenue numbers you see up there and their decline based on sales tax going down, et cetera, and some concerns around recession, it would be very difficult at that point to fund that PPR increase. So again, as we think about what might happen, it might actually be that they have to increase the budget stabilization factor again in FY24. So these are all potential scenarios. No one knows. But that's what came out of the March forecast. And based on all of this, what was originally proposed by the governor and then amended by the governor and now revised by the Joint Budget Committee has turned into the numbers you're going to see here and on the subsequent slides. This is the graph I briefly spoke to, which is the state's general fund revenue. And again, what I would just draw your attention to is those blue bars, 21, 22, we're still in forecast mode because we're still in it. 22, 23, 23, 24. the big changes, just in a 3-month period, the 23 forecasted revenue declined by $344.5 million, and then the 23-24 projected state general fund revenue declined by almost $800 million. So those are some swings, right? And so that's some of what's happening in this churn of the economic environment. Okay. Now this slide is really just looking at our revenue. So of some of our objectives for this discussion tonight, this is one of the ones that I'm hoping you guys take a good look at, and once we get to questions, definitely bring those up. So in the top left, you're looking at our 21-22 total programs. That's this year, excluding charters. So what is total program? That quick refresher, that's just our local share, the 27 base mills, the state share, state equalization payment, and then also a portion of our specific ownership tax. That's what makes up total program. When we apply the JBC figures, again, which reflect, for the most part, the governor's budget as it was amended, there's a 3.5% inflationary increase to PPR. That's a good thing. Money up, great. Then there is additional buy down of the budget stabilization factor. Once this buy down transpires, we'll be at about $321 million left. So on the one hand, that's great. That means we're getting much closer to the funding levels that we should be at. And it also means over time, there won't be as many big increases to PPR as we keep chipping away at that, unless, of course, it goes up again. But then, as I've mentioned to you many times, while those are both rate increases that drive the per student amount up, the count of students, the funded count, will be going down, and that's due to the funding based on averages. So as you think about what's the net impact to our revenue, the net impact is about $16 million for our total program as a standalone. Okay, meaning it's still positive. This is great. The 3.5% and the 182 outweigh the decline in the funded count of about 1,888 students. And so we still do end up with more revenue next year, even though we are losing 1,800-ish students in our funded count. So next year, I didn't bring my water. What the heck? Thank you. It's late. It's not 10 o'clock. It's usually not water that I'm drinking. All right. Next year's projected per pupil revenue is around $9,315. And I think that's a number you've heard consistently in the different financial projections you've heard. So that's definitely about the right number. And we feel good about that. When you look at the total revenue picture, which is a little bit to the right, and it's in that middle column, 22-23, you see one of the phenomenons that I do worry a little bit about, and I want to be very transparent with the board about. Our mill levy overrides, which do represent about 14 to 15% of our total revenue, are largely flat. So that's a flat dollar amount. Only one of them will ever adjust by inflation. The rest of them are going to just hang out at the exact same dollar amount forever. So as we think about 14, 15% of our revenue isn't adjusting over time, right? We're losing purchasing power with that revenue. That's a bummer. So that 134 to 133 is a slight decline, but that has to do. Oh, yes, the charter share. Thank you. Because our funded pupil count is declining, but our actual count and charter's actual count is probably about flat. It actually means that their percentage goes up slightly, because your denominator is getting smaller, because we always look at the percentage as percentage over total funded amount, right? Anyway, that's where that I think I'm seeing some crinkly faces. We can come back to this with questions, I promise. Okay, local property taxes. This is the base mills, the 27 mills. Those will go up slightly based on a forecasted adjustment to our assessed valuation. The specific ownership tax, again, a portion of that Part of the 38 is claimed by the state as an offset to their payment to the total program. The other portion we just get. Again, we do expect it to tick up ever so slightly. State share will increase, and that is largely based on the rate increases we addressed above that outweigh the fund account declines. State categoricals for the time being, we're holding flat. We don't have resolution yet. There is one bill that we're hoping for, and we encourage you to support, that would increase the SPED categorical. And so the current SPED categorical, just for is sort of a tiered structure, is around $1,250 per student, and the bill is contemplating an increase to about $1,750. That is not reflected here. If that does happen, there's a chance that we'll have 6 to 7 million additional revenue. Obviously, that revenue goes towards our students with IEPs and the services to those students. So what we will be pleased if that comes to pass. We're keeping an eye on it. The miscellaneous fees and other, the largest portion of that is fees we collect from our charter schools. That's also, I think, where we're carrying our abatements and some miscellaneous, truly miscellaneous stuff. So that produces a total revenue of $854.7. Other than the SPED categorical, I don't think a lot is going to move on that number. So again, that factors in everything we know about what's in the long bill and what came out of the governor's budget and what came out of the JBC, and what we're seeing in the rest of our revenue categories. And that does represent an increase of 19.5 overall compared to this year, which again is slightly higher than just the increase attributable to total program. On we go. I'm glad the mic was off. So this is the projected revenue, expense, and source use of fund balance. So I'm giving you an updated projection for 21-22. As one of your agenda items this evening, which I believe passed on the consent agenda, you acknowledged receipt of the state's mid-year supplemental funding to us and appropriated that so we can expend that. Thank you. Factoring in all the trends we're seeing, and this is sort of preliminary, but through Q3, this is now our forecast for where we think we might end this year, which is good. It's a good number. It's unfortunate because that number is built on far too many vacancies in critical positions. And we certainly hope to fill those, and we will continue to carry budget for those positions because it's essential that we do fill them. So again, even though the forecast is showing this as a net result, had we filled those positions as we would have hoped to do, the net result would have been different because we wouldn't have all these vacancy savings. The forecast for next year, again, based on that total revenue number I just saw you and based on a simplifying assumption about our expenditures, would be a net result of about negative 7.5. Now that's sort of a crude forecast. It's not a bottom-up forecast. So what we're in the midst of trying to do for you for the actual budget that we bring in May, obviously, is take all the different component parts and all the BFO requests and everything and really do a full ground up. This is just saying if expenses increased on the same pace as inflation, this would be the forecasted result. This is not your proposed budget. It's not what we're saying. We're just saying that would be the outcome. So as we start to think about the multi-year, and we've talked about this a few times, and you guys are well aware of it, and I will say a couple school districts have asked for this Excel file that Brian built because they think it's pretty darn cool. This is our funding pupil count declining over time, catching up with our actuals. So the funded line is the blue line. The green line is our actuals. For FY23, which is next year, we estimate that the subsidy we're receiving because of this funding approach is about $30 million. So on that last slide where you saw the negative 7-ish result, that would look different if we were not receiving the subsidy. Okay, so let's talk about inflation. So when you're building a multi-year, you have to sort of settle in on an inflation assumption. And for the most part, we are using the states, with one exception, which I'll explain in just a second. But again, the tricky part here, and this is frustrating for all of us, is this is lagging, right? So the 2% CPI adjustment we're in the midst of being funded at, right, for this year, 21-22, that is not today's economic reality. It was computed on calendar year 2020. Yes. And that was a long time ago, and that was a different year. And so that produced a 2%. But now we're all living in this year, and this year's been hard. And so same applies really for next year. So the 3.5% that we might get as a revenue increase and that we're carrying as a simplifying assumption as an expenditure forecasted increase, that was computed already, and it's not really going to change. It was computed as 2021's 12-month, and then basically they use the metro area. Now the state has said that this calendar year, which would then be applied to 24, could reach 7%. Now, I took that down to 5, and here's why. So on the previous slide where I showed you that only some of our revenue increases with inflation, if I applied the full 7 and also applied the full 7 to expenditures, it would look even worse, right? Because we're only increasing 85% of revenue, but we are increasing all of our expenses by a higher number. And so that, again, that dynamic of the overrides not increasing by the inflation factor, only the PPR increasing by the inflation factor, even though, right, it should be a wash, it's not a wash. So as that number creeps up, it actually becomes very difficult, right? So in trying to have a measured approach to an inflation estimate that was 3.8, and then 3 months later it became 7, and we don't yet know what's going to happen for the rest of the year. I chose 5 for what would be applied to 23-24. And then 3.2 and 2.4 are the state's figures. Those are more consistent, more predictable with previous years. So moving along to the multi-year. So this is a multi-year forecast. This is not a multi-year budget. This is just one scenario that helps you as a board kind of envision what might happen if we don't make changes. So sort of going with our current cost base and the inflation estimates I just gave you, and for 22-23 using the 855 revenue that we've discussed previously, all those things. We would estimate, again, you see the net negative result of 7.5 million. That would be for 22-23. And were we funded on actual pupil count as opposed to our average, that result would be more negative, right? We discussed that a little bit further. So that's what that dotted blue line outcome is. So people said, what's the dotted blue line? But then moving into the out years, all we're doing is taking the funded pupil count down and adjusting with a matching assumption, revenue and expense, but only that portion of revenue that actually does increase by the same inflation rate. Okay, so what you're seeing is as the funded pupil count goes down, we will be digging into reserves if we don't make any changes. And if our expenses are in fact trending up at the same pace as our revenue, as part of our revenue. Okay, so that's what this slide is designed to do, sort of show you that, I mean, next year, I wouldn't say it's positive, but next year looks okay, right? Like we know that we can afford increases in expenses for next year because with 3.5% increase in expense, we still only produce a negative result of 7.5, and that's totally doable, although it's certainly within your purview to say no to that. But it's more the out years that the scale of our operation is probably not sustainable. As we stand currently with no changes, thank you. All right, we're going to be moving into the departmental budgets, and again, happy to entertain questions at the end. I'm going to tee this up, and then Dr. Kim's going to jump in. So the departmental budgeting process, affectionately or not, called Budgeting for Outcomes, works to align all budget requests to the strategic plan and outcomes related to that plan. Now, we're also in the midst of switching the strategic plan, so the forms that were submitted attempted to align to Jeffco generations, and we are trying to create the space for folks to update those as the new strategic plan comes out, because we think it's worthwhile, even though it's a little bit retroactive to try and do that. And certainly as we contemplated recommending certain ones, we tried to use the frame of the new emerging strategic plan. Priorities, et cetera. I'm going to keep going. And then Dr. Kim, take it away.
So the fun part about this process for me is having done a number of different budget processes in other districts. This really was helpful for me to really ground in our language, our vernacular, and how we've done that. And in looking at all of the budgeting for outcome requests, it was really nice to see not only did the generations plan utilize many of these let's see if I can say that, prioritization criteria. It is late, Brenna. But our new strategic plan looks through that same lens. If you look at the criteria that each of the budget for outcomes requests was looked at in order to propose to you, this is what we feel like is reasonable, and this is what supports where we're trying to go as an organization. Number one is the strategic framework. Does it align to the priorities identified going in 22-23? And specifically, an example of that would be looking at literacy and math curricular resources and how those align to the strategic outcomes and what we're looking to accomplish within our district with our strategic plan. The second piece is looking at, is it student focused? I'm at that age where I have to put them on, take them off. It's making me crazy. Sorry. Is the request student focused? Does it prioritize services and initiatives that directly impact instruction and directly impact programs for kids? For example, if we look at our IT request, Tech for Ed, really looking at one-to-one devices for students really aligns to that is a student-focused BFO. Looking at mandatory increases, obviously ensuring existing programs can continue. And that would, an example of that would be the continued participation in student athletics, equipment, CHASA fees, that kind of thing would be a request that would align to that priority. Taking care of our staff, making sure that we have funds available for things that are otherwise not covered through our traditional compensation. For example, this year we had to look at substitutes and the cost of substitutes per day was increased to $150. That really responded to market value, to districts around us, to the pandemic, looking at those pieces. We're proposing that $120 a day, but we also recognize that we may have to reevaluate that. That is where we, feel like that is an increase over prior to pandemic, but we also have to be really cognizant of what the market's going to do in districts all around us. As we heard earlier this year, having substitutes in our district is critical for our teachers to be able to continue to do the work they need to do. What we've also done is utilize some of our ESSER funds to fund full-time subs this year. We locked in 8 folks that really served our district, that moved around into vacancies throughout the district to make sure that we had some consistency. We had some people on staff that could go into those openings. That created a greater level of confidence, a greater level of commitment, having those folks available as we needed, not just those daily calls that got made, hopefully reducing the number of vacancies that we had to ask staff to cover. And so we've got to look at that going forward as well. And then finally, the interesting one to me is the leverage alternatives. Delaying increases in areas where other persisting costs underruns can defray costs in fiscal year 23. So what that looks like is when we have a department budget that there is a budget for outcomes request to increase their budget, but we had a number of vacancies that we couldn't fill over time, to increase that budget just makes it doesn't make sense to do so, because to add something to their budget when we know they're going to underspend anyway just keeps us from being able to utilize those resources in another place. And so while we may recommend $10 million of the budget for outcome dollars be approved. What we may be getting is a value of 12 or 13 because we are not recommending to increase some of those budgets that had some of those vacancies because there's savings already inherent. Does that make sense? Thank you. So as we looked at all of that, like every other, honestly, district I've been in over the last 30 years, there's always more requests, there's always more need than there is resource. We are no exception to that. We really received $23 million worth of budgeting for outcome requests. Within that, what we are recommending to you all is that $4.81 million in increases from general fund and $4.36 million from ESSER $3. So what that ends up looking like when we look at each of the areas that we're recommending, you can see the biggest piece of the graph there is curriculum and transition, and that's the literacy and math curriculum. And then translation services, recognizing that we need to right size positions that we already have in the district and add some additional support for translation. The Tech for Ed piece is primarily one-to-one devices and putting those in the hands of our students. As you heard folks talk about this evening, we have a real intense need for substitute teachers and to have an adequate budget to make sure that we have the substitute teachers we need and we're paying them adequately so that they come fill our vacancies. Student success, a couple of things in that one. Let me go back to my notes here. I apologize. I've got quite a few of them. Under student success, we've got one FTE increase in gifted and talented. That was a request. And the other was we had a grant that has been supporting restorative practices over the last few years. And in order to continue that practice as a part of our strategic plan, we've got to absorb that cost. So that's that piece there. Athletics and activities, there's an increase in cost through CHASA. There's an increase for fees. There's an increase for equipment there. And that's reflected in the light blue piece of the graph there. I will point out that the orange piece in terms of employee benefits, there is an employer provided benefit to all of our employees around accidental death and dismemberment. It actually came back to us as an increase next year of 7%. And we're recommending that the district absorb that cost given the other costs that are involved with other benefits that are increasing pretty consistently and pretty dramatically for our employee groups. Transportation seeing a 3% increase, and then all other adds up to about 11% or $1 million. Those are the budget for outcomes recommendations that we would be making because they align with those priorities that we identified in that previous slide. They really do align with our strategic plan, meeting the needs of our kids, looking at vacancies, all of those pieces going forward.
Great. And so to add a little bit more context to ESSER 3 before we open it up to questions. And again, you all have, and it's publicly available, the full list of both the requests and the amounts we're recommending funding on a line by line basis. So while that pie chart kind of summarized some things, you have the detail, as does board docs. ESSER 3. So the district portion of ESSER 3 is $61 million spent over 3 fiscal years. Our original hope and plan was to spend about $18 million this year, around $30 next year, and around $14 million in 23-24. And that shape, as you might recall from prior conversations, is intentional because this is one-time funding. And we want to try to taper off in the out year to reduce the impact of any funding cliffs. We also try to prioritize it towards one-time expenses. And so some of what we did with the BFO increases is we looked for places where we saw potentially one-time or short-term increases, and that's where we tried to deploy additional ESSER funds. So going back just briefly, to, it says it right here. Our proposal would include reallocating about $3.6 million or 6% of the total ESSER 3 budget towards 22-23 initiatives that will benefit students. We have had some underruns this year. We have not started as quickly as we might have wanted. That being said, there were some things that we started even before the grant was approved, including our JRLP program, which very much, I think, has been a popular program with students and families. So we have deployed some of our ESSER 3 resources effectively this year. And Dr. Kim mentioned our full-time subs. And again, the substitute pay, those were the types of things that we deployed pretty quickly out of the gate with ESSER 3. But we still have some underruns that we would like to apply to these new prioritized requests because we think they are value adds, and that's our recommendation. Any proposed shifts to the ESSER 3 budget will be brought to the ESSER Steering Committee for input, and of course, require CDE review and approval. CDE has issued conditional approval of the original ESSER 3 budget with some minor modifications. My grants manager and I are still working through the final details. I had a nice chat with our friends from CDE who came to our office the other day, which is very nice, to understand a few more of their detailed questions about what is this, what is this, what is this, et cetera. At the same time, our departments have shared with us that they would like to make some changes to the ESSER 3 budget as well. So it's a little bit of a moving target at the moment, and we're trying to respond as quickly as possible. So the board's questions and or direction this evening in regards to the BFOs is sort of the first domino that needs to fall. And then we can revisit those conversations with all the departments who have said, well, maybe I want to do it this way, maybe I want to do it that way in terms of the tutoring, et cetera. Just like all these things cascade. So that's why it's so helpful to get your thoughts this evening on that piece. And with that, I'm not going to go through our appendix. We'll go ahead and open it up for questions.
Great, thanks so much. All right, board members, now is our opportunity to ask questions and then provide guidance on the couple of items that Superintendent Dorland mentioned to help as this creation of the budget moves forward. Is there anyone that would like to start with questions, comments? A shot of caffeine that needs to happen. Okay, I can just.
Okay, thank you. I just want to, we just went through a resolution that talked about that we had 96,000 seats across our district and that we're looking at 69,000 students that are district managed schools. And so if anybody's wondering, well, wait a minute, why do we have 75,000 children on our budget that we're looking at for actual pupil count? That's including our charters. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. The next question I had for you was on page, where was it? I appreciate the interest rate and the slack on that one. I would like to talk about the substitutes, if I might. And that is because of COVID and we had so much staff challenges in and out. I do think we need to be thinking and looking at the substitute use by school and understanding where we have significant needs and why that's fluctuating up and down. And so, for example, the Civil Rights Division does publish every couple years the substitutes used by school, and we're able to see that some schools have substitutes for personal days more than 10. Greater than 10, which has an impact, of course, on our children's learning. And so I just want us to be cognizant of what we're talking about in terms of budgeting and why increases in substitutes. Not to say that we shouldn't increase salaries, I'm not saying that, but understanding why some schools are having more substitute needs than others for personal days of more than 10. And I think when we look at that, we can maybe talk to leadership at those schools and find out why we're having those larger numbers at some schools over others. So that might at least help us think about how we're budgeting funding for our substitutes. The second question I have is for budgeting for outcomes. We've been doing this now, I think we're in our 5th year. of budgeting for outcomes. Let's just say we are. And so once again, my question, as I asked last year, is how do we know that the budgeting for outcomes is actually realizing what we wanted it to do to the outcomes exactly? And, what do we stop doing or what do we keep doing? And so every year we keep increasing our budgets, and I read it's in line with the strategic plan, and we don't know exactly what that means. And so, it may not be for this iteration, but when we're talking about truly the strategic plan and how we're moving forward for the 2025 and thriving schools, when we ask for budgeting for outcomes, I think we really need to say, hey, I'm asking you for $4 million. And the reason I'm asking you for $4 million is because I'm going to get the following things done, and it's needed for the next 3 years. And then we would be able to say, okay, let's see if that works or not. But right now, I have no idea if budgeting for outcomes has ever worked for us. I don't know if we're spending more money in some areas than we are. I don't know that we've seen an expansive budget at the administrative levels. I mean, we can see numbers are growing, and there's value to that. I just don't know what we're getting, and so that's a real for my call. Is that the right phrase? Yeah, being bonded.
Yeah, Board Member Miller, you teed up one of my appendix notions.
Oh, okay.
Which is that second primary bullet, improve the budget for outcomes renewal process to help our leaders articulate those things that they plan to stop doing in order to devote resources towards new strategic priorities without necessarily increasing overall budgets. So, again, I'm new and a little bit of an outsider perspective. One of the things I did notice is that it's sort of a two-step process. So a department says, yes, I'd like to renew my whole budget. And I said, well, does anyone not renew their budget ever? Because surely, there's something you're doing you don't need to do anymore. And the answer I got was no.
Right.
Oh, okay. Well, so that didn't make a ton of sense to me. It seemed like there has to be at moments, times where we stop doing something, right? So I would like to change the renewal piece to be more geared towards renewing for outcomes, and also give our leaders a chance to demonstrate the decisions they are making to start to deprioritize things that don't seem to be working and try new things, but that don't necessarily add, new money. So I found like there was a lot of focus on the increase request, but there wasn't very much focus on the renewal piece. So I do want to change that for next year. I also think Dr. Kim and I have started a very short and preliminary conversation about collaborating on how, and this is largely for the moment in the context of ESSER 3, but how when we're collecting budget information, we're also pre-collecting success measure information that will then tie to the strategic plan. And so I think there's some scaffolding that we can do in the budgeting for outcomes process to make sure that we are identifying a few clear measurable targets that are tied to the monies being deployed. And I think that's maybe not always worked that way.
And I think that then ties sometimes to the underspend. Because we've set budgets in place and we end up not necessarily, and this is a couple of years back, it's not last year with COVID, but going back in time, you'd have budgets that were, there was a significant underspend and we tried to spend it at the end of the year when we maybe didn't necessarily have to do that, where it could have been used in a different way for students or for salaries or for some other purpose. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. And then the other question I have is ESSER and the JRLP program that we're expanding this year. And I know we had a note in our weekly update about, I think, the Edgewater Collective and Jefferson, and that there was a contract that we were exploring with them potentially. And I know they showed us results from last year, which I think was a value add for why they were asking for additional support. So I'm not sure how that process is playing into the additional funding for ESSER.
Right.
last summer's summer programs were funded through ESSER resources, and we did have community partners that provided summer programming to our students, and they did provide us data that showed some promise in terms of outcomes for kids. Those folks have approached us again this summer, and we have begun engaging with them to have conversation around how they can continue to be our partners in serving students with summer programming. Dan Cohan is certainly leading our team around summer programming, really looking at not only providing elementary, middle, and high school programming for students, and also giving us the opportunity to work with our schools so that if they have specific programming around academic intervention, learning loss, and social emotional learning, that we can provide some of those ESSER dollars directly to our schools to continue to provide that programming as well. So that's part of the team's planning right now for summer programming.
And will those investments, are you, one of the challenges about ESSER is trying to show value for the investments that are made. And I know we said that we're having that on our dashboard. And so that this additional money that you're directing accordingly will be able to show value for the investment made and what the expected outcome is going to be.
Absolutely. Dr. Eaton is a part of our team and is at the table for each one of our conversations to make sure that we're discussing what will metrics look like, how will we know that there's been an impact. And so there's a requirement within ESSER that we have to track it in that way. And obviously we have to do that as a part of that funding, but we also owe it to you to bring you that data as well. So we intend to do that.
Great. Who'd like to go next? Questions, comments, anything else to share for giving feedback to our team here? Ms. Reed.
Just real quick. One of the things I'm wondering is, will our work on the regional opportunities for thriving schools impact significantly what we see going on with slide 11 in terms of the going into, where is that? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah. Going into that fund balance. I mean, we're talking about this is what it looks like if we do everything the same, but we're obviously planning a major difference.
Great, thank you. So absolutely, once we get to 23-24 can look very different. And the types of changes that the district can make do require a planning timeline that's actually longer than our budgeting timeline. And so that's why I think the conversations that are, starting and launching around Jeffco Thrives 2025 and the timeline that we do have in place now does give us the runway necessary to actually make the types of changes that could help us squeeze out that blue bar.
Okay. And then my other question comes from the detailed account of what we're funding and what we're not. And having just heard the presentation on math and literacy instruction, it looks like we're leaving a little more than $2 million of that unfunded. So I'm wondering how that is going to impact the rollout of those programs.
Yep, great question. So again, one of the things that happens in this process is folks have to fill out these BFO requests in basically early January. And what we know in terms of costs and timing of those costs in early January is often quite different than what we know today. And so much of what you heard this evening about particularly the literacy rollout, we're actually paying for in this fiscal year. And so even though it's rolling out next year, I think the BFO was prepared sort of also on a different timeline with multiple phases. And so we're accelerating and we're bringing forward the actual purchasing so that we get the teacher materials in as soon as possible because there's a request from staff. Could we possibly have them by the end of the year, right? And those are extremely reasonable requests. So in fact, what was submitted as an increase for next year, instead we've done a whole bunch of juggling to try and pay for it today. if as it were. Actually, it's probably tomorrow. I think they're putting the requests in as we speak, since you guys voted. So that is actually more than sufficient. I've worked with the literacy team and Dr. Kim to make sure, okay, what's the ongoing, what's the right cost for next year? And these are the numbers we landed at for that. But I would like, if there's anything you want to add there.
Between what we're able to fund from this year and then what's in the BFO, it will provide all of the resources to the schools as well as the support that they will need in order to implement well.
Great. Ms. Parker, Dr. Berta?
On this slide here, I think I appreciate that we're seeing long-term forecasting. Finally, I think that's a good thing. I think there's some risk in showing a slide like this that makes a lot of assumptions that I think we already know we're not going to implement. And I had questions about it. You said that you applied the inflation, I think, consistently across the expenditures, but it varied across revenue. You didn't apply the 3.5 across all the revenue, for example, of the mills. So I just wonder, I feel like this might be an example of what we've heard a few times tonight is overestimating expenditures and underestimating revenue. And also, it's not a multivariate model, right? So there's so many factors that go into something like this. And I just want, like, the public who would see a slide like this to have confidence that Jeffco is not planning or forecasting to be $60 million, if that's what that says, in debt in 25, in the blue. So I just hope as we go forward with a model like this, we would put a little bit more complexity in a multivariate way into all the context and factors that would show where we're actually going with this. Because I always think, when I see these slides, I think, what is the story that we're trying to tell as a district when we show this? And this shows a story that we aren't managing this well, that we're not thinking about this in a way that would prohibit us from getting here. And I know none of us here would let this happen in our district. And so I just want to be sure that we're telling a story that reflects the strategy that we're actually trying to put in place. And I feel like this slide doesn't do that. So it's my feedback on the slide. And then I just had some questions on the BFOs. And again, I was looking at all of this, and the first thing that struck me when I went through all the BFOs is I was like, what is the story behind all these requests? Like with the fiber optic request, I have so many questions, like, well, what does that mean if we have it, and what if we don't have it? So I don't have a lot of context behind these requests to really know, how the decisions were made. And especially along the lines of like security and custodial, those areas. So if the logic is we didn't fill those positions, so we don't want to fill them forward, I have two questions. One was, what do we do with the underrun, the excess funding from not filling those? Because there's some requests here, like for example, from custodial or security that are for vehicles or supplies. So we're denying those, but we hear there's cost savings from those departments. So can we not fund those things from our underrun of not filling those positions for these one-time costs?
Thank you. I'm happy to address part of that. And Steve, I'm going to kick it to you at a certain point. So I'll take a couple very specific to let you know what's happening this year. So yes, our custodial budget is running low this year, meaning there is unfortunately underspend. So they have a budgeted FTE and they haven't been able to hire that. And to a fairly significant tune, unfortunately. So as we think about what happens with those funds are available. They are available to buy equipment. And in fact, in the case of custodial, the janitorial supplies budget has not had an increase in quite some time. And they have been using underruns, and this was true before COVID even, to do that. And so again, a better way to maximize resources for an organization is to make sure that most of your budget lines are pretty close and that you aren't consistently using underruns to fund other things, right? So over time, I'd like that to change. However, this particular year, because there is a pretty significant custodial underrun, it is helping us offset our pretty significant utilities overrun. So the utilities budget was cut during COVID by a decent amount, and it was never increased again. And so our utilities, what appeared to be a 10 to 12% increase compared to budget, and budget was about right on during COVID year, but this year's budget should have been increased and it was not. And so that cost overrun is being absorbed in part by the custodial underrun. And because those are in related departments, et cetera. So, and that's true across the organization. We look for all the different pieces. And you mentioned security. John McDonald and I had a conversation about the fact that, hey, John, we haven't been able to find enough qualified personnel to deploy their full FTE budget this year. They've run under by about 8.5 FTE as of December. And so again, as we think about increasing someone's budget for FTE, we're more confident those resources will be deployed effectively if they're using their current budget. So if we were able to find personnel to fill the current budget, then yeah, it would be compelling to go ahead and increase that budget and give them more FTE. But at the moment, in a limited resource environment, if we were to increase the budget in a place where we were having these consistent underruns, again, it feeds into the narrative that the district is inflating our expected expenses in areas where we know we aren't going to spend. So that's why we try to deprioritize it. But I do want to give Steve a chance to talk about anything else you would add on, can't see you properly, custodial.
Sure. The realities for us in managing a department, and I'll use custodial as an example, as Brenda indicated, is that the very nature of the workforce, there is a significant amount of attrition. We know what the fully staffed FTE count would be. And I say would be because that's probably in theory more than reality. We also know that over the course of the year, that because of the attrition and the nature of our workforce, we will not have the fully staffed FTEs as per our budget. So in custodial on a regular basis, we do have underspent because we don't have people that stay in those positions for the full course of the year. A few years back, we did an attempt to more right size the custodial staffing because the underspend was greater than we really thought it should have been. Brenda's correct. We do use those underspend dollars in our custodial division to make up for equipment deficiencies, cost overruns in other areas of supplies, cleaning materials, and such. That's the nature of that department, and it will probably always function to that degree. And it's just the reality of our workforce. So we do that. We've had many discussions about how do we manage that underspend. Again, we did an effort a few years back to right size a little more, and we did. But we will still continue in that fashion.
Mm-hmm. I don't know the answer to this. I think that in the past we lost the position of the campus supervisors in security. And so I'm curious if this request helps to replace those, or if this request is to, are those positions we can't fill, or are those positions that aren't funded right now?
Well, a year ago in the central department budget cuts in the security department, the middle school campus security officers were cut as part of the cutbacks on central services. That's important, so we haven't filled them because we haven't had the FTE count to fill those positions. So one of our requests this year was to reinstate those middle school campus supervisors, and isn't part of our budget this year.
I see. Because I think we've heard a lot about the instances. We got a report from John McDonald about the increasing instances. I don't know what we call them, I'm sorry, but on the campuses, especially at middle school. And I wonder, again, I look at this and I say, well, what is the story here? So what's happening at our schools that is prompting this ask? And so what's the gap left when we don't fund it? So if it's positions that we can't hire for, that's one thing. But if it's positions that were eliminated at one point but could increase safety in our schools, if we reinstated those FTEs, is that something we should consider?
Well, from safety and security perspective, reinstatement of the FTEs for the middle schools would be very positive for us. We are having significant problems, excuse me, in our middle school environments post-COVID and having kids coming back. I think John would attest that we're seeing significant increases in middle school incidents from where we have ever seen.
Steve, would you say it's both? How many campus supervisors are we budgeted for right now, and how many are we short? Because I think it's both. I think it's we need them.
It is.
And
You're
we
correct.
cut them, and so getting them back to where they were would be great. But we already can't staff the ones that we have, and maybe that's wrong. I'm testing that out. I don't get.
We are, John tells me we're short 6 campus supervisors right now.
That we can't fill positions for?
Right.
Or they're not funded yet?
The struggle we face right now is that we're hiring on a 6-month hiring cycle because they're prorated in their pay. So once you get beyond January, nobody wants to take that job for that limited pay. So we stop hiring except for substitutes, and we hope to get them into full-time positions over the summer. But we struggle not necessarily finding people, but on a 6-month hiring cycle, you can't necessarily stay full either. So the cutback of the 6 middle school campus supervisors has had a significant impact this year.
And I honestly don't know what to do with all of this. It's just as I went through line by line, those were the kinds of questions I had, which is just what was the story behind the request? And so by not funding certain things, what is the gap that's created for our kids and the impact on them by not doing it? So it was very hard for me to go through this and know, the one thing I noticed is just an observation. By being able to see data like this and a request like this, it was mentioned earlier that there's some pay inequities really in our district and how we pay different people at the district level and then down in our schools. You really see that here. You see the different kinds of levels of hiring and salary amounts show up in this just because it was a way for me to look at that. But so I don't really know, again, one last thing, I was looking at athletics and I thought, well, this sounds good. Why do we have a new sport when we don't have enough community supervisors? I'm just asking kind of hard questions. New sports sound great, and it looks like we're funding some stuff for new sports, but at the same time, there's so many deficiencies across our district.
Yeah, I think that to clarify, it's not a new sport.
Okay.
It's increase in fees for existing sports, or is it for esports?
It's for esports. That's part of it's esports.
Okay.
That's a small amount of money, but yes, there's
a portion
new
of
sport that we are funding some of the coaches for the sport, and it is a CHASA sanctioned sport, and it is a sport that our students are very interested in.
I believe it. It sounds like a great sport.
Is it electronic something?
Yeah.
It's like gaming.
Yes, it is. That's it.
Gaming. Okay.
It's
Jill's
gaming.
like, yes.
That's right. Projections are that in 3 to 5 years, it'll be the highest participation of all sports.
Do you move when
I don't know. I don't play personally. So.
I was just curious. Go ahead. This is the bird dog. Go ahead.
Well,
Sorry.
an interesting thing we learned when we were at Warren Tech, Ms. Parker and I, was that CTE around gaming as a skill is something that makes a lot of sense to me in investing in our CTE programs for that kind of career. I don't know how many Jeffco students we're hoping have career in esports. But anyways, the athletic budget was bigger than most others. And so these are just the questions that came up for me. I don't know how, I hear how you said you made decisions. I don't really know who made decisions. It sounds like maybe you guys did.
So it was me and Brenna that put this together. And I mean, I think I hear an interest of the board in the campus supervisor. I see people like shaking their heads as you're talking, Dr. Varda. And so I think if the board this is the first time we've all done this together. And so I think we need some direction on how much level of detail do you want? What we've given you tonight is the framework that we've used. The campus supervisor piece sits, can you go back to the framework and the categories? It sits in this
leverage alternatives.
Leverage alternatives category, where we do keep getting this feedback that we're making our expenditures look worse than they're going to be. So we could add another 3 FTE to campus supervisors, but then I'm just telling you, if we come back in the fall and we're underspent in that budget, it's going to increase the fund balance estimates and the forecast. So we're trying to walk the balance of investing in what we need, which we get. None of us disagree that we should add these 3 campus supervisors back. On the other hand, people are telling us, don't over budget for things so that you grow the fund balance. So we're trying to do that based on some of my previous comments. We believe that that's an issue, and we're trying to untangle that. And this is just an example of an area where, as Dr. Kim said earlier, we looked in areas where we can't staff anyway, and we didn't make increases. Now, let's say this. This is all not like super static either. It can change. So, say you guys approve the budget in June, and we don't add the campus supervisors back in June. But then we get into August, and John is like, wow, all these people, it's now the right time for hiring in this 6-month cycle thing. And we're fully staffed. Can we reconsider an additional investment because I've got another two applicants that I could hire? And the answer is that seems like a better time to consider that type of thing when we know we can actually spend the money. So that's just an example of how it can be flexible over time as well. But we're also happy to do whatever process the board feels like it needs to decide upon this $4.8 million that we're recommending be invested or add to it. If there are things that you think are important to add.
So just to move us along, so obviously we'll have more opportunities to be able to dialogue, but I also want to make sure that we're in service to this work that we're doing collectively so that as a board we can then make good decisions about the money that we're stewards of. So just my 2 cents, and then we'll look for some consensus direction for you, and then it'll be tomorrow. For my own sort of the priorities, I was very excited to see and happy and thankful to see the restorative practices grant, that money be placed in there. So thank you for that. We heard earlier about the substitute daily rate. No, we did not. We heard earlier about the challenge of having substitutes and shortages, especially in our title schools. And so I appreciated Ms. Miller's question around sort of some of the cause of some of those vacancies, but I know in our title schools, it's a particular challenge. I'm actually interested in seeing what the board would think about differentiating that substitute rate for title schools to create more of an incentive for there to be less vacancies in those schools. And then my last question, it's really my only question, is I'm curious about some of the conversations we've had around sort of bridge funding for some of our smaller schools as we work through the Thriving Schools model. Is that separate from this process? And should we not expect to see some of those requests from schools within here, or should that be in here?
So that's a great question. So again, the schools budgets are go out to them, and they're either allocated FTE through our departments, and many of the departments you're looking at here are allocating FTEs out to our schools, or they pay for employees out of SBB. So when the SBB funds went out, and I shared this in an update earlier this year, approximately $472 million went out. And that did represent an increase over the prior year. Our base SBB increased 6% compared to this year. So we have already given schools money, and they are budgeting that money towards the things that they think are important. Now, the folks who are running into sticky points in terms of completing their budget, work with their budget analyst. We have sort of a running list of who's had to make some cuts. And so we consistently are in meetings, Dave Weiss and I and the budget team, to evaluate some of those. So those are all, and many of those are small schools. So as I'm looking at the list, you're going to recognize the names on the list. And so we're continuing to work through that process and figure out additional budget supplement to them. Now, where will that come from? It's not really a BFO request, because those are monies deployed in schools. We do, through SVB, because we've increased the rates, et cetera, some folks are going to be okay. But we are monitoring that. And I think when we bring the full budget forward in May, the full budget recommendation, we'll have more detail for you about kind of a consensus view between academic leadership and the superintendent around what priorities we think are most essential there. Does that make sense?
It does, but I think what I'm looking for is like a slightly more direct answer, because
I'm sorry.
No. It has nothing to do with you. I didn't frame it in a way that would help us get to the same place. My concern, I think, is that the decision making around, like, for example, if we have a school that is highly impacted, like, 1% off and lost their title funding, for example, right? And they're moving into a split classroom anyways, and that's not what they want for their instructional model. They're making decisions right now and letting teachers know that they're not going to have a job then for the next year. And so the time frame that you're describing, I totally understand what you're saying, but the time frame you're describing is not going to be of service, because then they're letting a teacher go, impacting that community, and then they're going to have to hire that teacher or somebody back, and then that teacher has a job somewhere else. It seems like a real disservice to our schools to let that process transpire without interrupting it at a sooner point, right? Am I saying things right?
Yes, and we have committed supplemental funds beyond SVB to certain schools that we're already clearly going to need those supplemental funds, and we do that every year, and it's not an inconsequential amount of money, and we are trying to act as quickly as possible. And we are trying to work in concert with the community superintendents and Dave Weiss. I mean, again, we don't necessarily make the decisions.
Sure.
We try and identify the issues and help the decision makers prioritize the bits of contingency funding that we can try and eke out for them.
Awesome. Thank you for that. I didn't mean to make it sound like you didn't answer my question. I just didn't frame it in the right way. So thank you for clarifying.
But I think given that we're moving into this regional opportunities for thriving schools conversation, I do think it would be helpful if we could somehow summarize patterns and trends, even in relation to what has come to Dave and Brenna as requests that they believe is related to the challenges of schools that are struggling to thrive. And so what maybe an estimated dollar amount associated with those patterns and trends too, in terms of like, here's some of the supplemental that we have already allocated, and just some of the real struggles that we're backfilling for.
Yeah, I would appreciate. I would appreciate that, and I think it's probably, I'm probably asking something that's like a sort of not quite aligned with the conversation we're actually having, but I'm trying to figure out how we make those decisions in a way that helps the whole board understand how we're allocating those resources in a sort of bigger, more global way. So if that's possible, to me, that would be very helpful. And it'd be helpful for other folks.
We're happy to share some of that information. It's evolving every day.
Yeah.
The other thing I did just want to mention is we did an ESSER 3 allocation to schools, which provided additional funding that is flexible funding to schools in excess of the SBB. And we made those funds available back in January, which was, again, before we had conditional approval from CDE, but that's because that was a useful timeline. And again, when you're giving money too late, it's not helpful. So we did work with, again, the academic leadership on that. Those are supplemental funds that are flowing into schools, even though they're one-time funds. They are helping with some of this as well.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So, so I'm not sure we've given you what you want or need to move forward. So, is there a way that we can help to sort of summarize what next steps would be helpful to you? And I apologize, my brain's like a little bit turning wonky, but I don't want for you all to walk away and be like, we got nothing out of that. That's going to help us do our work.
Yeah, I think if I were to frame, and I don't want to speak on behalf of Dr. Kim, but as we think about all the dominoes that need to fall so that folks can plan effectively and commit resources. First, if you could sort of align around our revenue forecast, that really is essential because then it drives all of our budget preparation. Second, if you could confirm a little bit around some of what's been proposed, particularly for ESSER 3, because that has other implications, downstream implications, and we're trying to plan for next year. And if you're somewhat aligned that we're going to deploy some of ESSER 3 towards my microphone, towards these BFO requests, that would be super helpful to know that you're somewhat aligned with that. And then third would be order of magnitude. Has what we brought to you this evening, does that seem doable, reasonable, whatever, even if you still have questions about the specifics, which we'd be happy to follow up on, but that order of magnitude alignment would be very helpful on the underlying general fund recommendation.
So everyone's looking at me like, so board members, I assume, but when you say we're aligned to, you mean agree with, or just say I understand? That's right. We're using Glennon's word. So for me, I'll just speak for myself, and I think we can just go and just say out loud as each board member to give this feedback. I am fine with you all moving forward with the way that it's been presented. I am curious about some of the tweaks around the substitute pay specific to title schools. And thank you for answering my other question about that sort of quote unquote bridge funding. And I don't think I personally need any more detail at this point for you all to be able to move forward with what you've presented. Okay.
Can I really quick before others go, can I just kind of explain where we're headed? So you guys know how many more bites at the apple you're going to have on this before you sort of decide where you want to land. So next month, you'll see a proposed budget. And it will include, if you generally think we're on the right track, so to speak, it will include this 4.8 for the general fund as additional expenditures for these BFO requests that you have in front of you that we've identified. We can get you more information about the things that we have decided not to fund and our why. You know, which of those categories is the reason why. It's that last one, which is the whole reason why. But we can give you more detail on that. And then by June, you're approving a budget, hopefully. Well, yeah, statutorily. By June 30, you have to approve a budget. And many people are out of town like the last 2 weeks of June. And so by mid-June, I think is ideal that we're approving a budget. You guys are approving a budget, and we have a final presentation to you. So I just wanted the new board members in particular to know there's this May opportunity, and then there's June. And so in the meantime, we're happy to get you whatever detail you want. And in general, we need to know, are we on the right track with the revenue assumption? And are we on the right track with what we've proposed in the BFO approvals? And is everybody interested in us giving you more information about what we're not going to fund in the BFO requests and why?
All right, we just all need to we need to reach consensus about this. So if folks could pitch in or weigh in on this, that'd be awesome.
I guess one of the things I'm kind of still struggling with is I understand that you have a reason why not, but I guess I still don't understand like the why was it requested. It's just a line to me in here, and like I'm looking over here at like our cabinet, and I have a feeling there's a lot of stories and reasonings around why something was requested. And like, for example, that I know something about, the gap in campus supervisors is just serendipitous. I don't know the stories of everything else that might be behind these. But my biggest concern is what gap does it leave that the cabinet was requesting something for, and how is that going to impact our kids? And so you can tell us why you didn't, which would be helpful, but I don't know if you're making good decisions.
Do we have the BFO forms? I mean, we have, some of that is outlined in the BFO forms.
Yeah, and process-wise, BFO forms that were created and submitted in January are out of date. They're out of date both for what people would actually prioritize, for what the cost estimates are, and for what we've now recommended funding for. With your semi-directional consensus, I can then go back to my colleagues and ask them to rewrite them, and then I'm happy to supply them to you, and you can read more about them. But they need to be changed, because right now, if you tried to look at them, it wouldn't make any sense, and you wouldn't be able to answer the questions about, well, what are we actually funding and what does that mean? Because they were written for something else, and they were also written with different cost assumptions.
And we're just in a really interesting time where, as I stated before, it's our first budget build as a team. And we're trying to be fiscally responsible on the Ed Center end, given so much of the feedback that we've heard around school needs and compensation. And you can see some of these district budgets, I want to make this point too, do directly impact schools. I mean, the campus supervisors is an example. That's an expense at the Ed Center in a centralized budget that actually serves schools. So just because it's aligned to an account in John McDonald's budget doesn't mean it doesn't support schools. There's a lot of examples of those kinds of things. And so, yeah, I mean, we can get into the weeds on every single request and talk. I mean, the overall, can you go to the slide that talks about the overall and then what we're recommending, the bar graph? The overall amount that was requested, if we were to have approved everything, is $23 million. I believe in the midst of a strategic planning process that's not yet done, it's not responsible for us to request $23 million of additional investments when we are going through a realignment of resources to a new strategic plan. And so what we've done here is tried to be really diligent with this 4.8, aligned to things we can invest in that, number one, we know we can spend money on, and that align to those other things up above, like impact of students and employees. So I just don't know. That's a frame for you guys. I just don't know how much time you want to spend in the weeds on every single one. And honestly, I don't know that I would recommend going a much higher than the 4.8 right now. And so I don't necessarily want to ask cabinet members to rewrite something, given how much is on their plate right now, when I'm not sure we're really going to be able to, given other things we all want to invest in, which we've also talked about tonight. I'm not sure we're going to want to go much further than the 4.8 because there's other things we want to prioritize that have to do with our staff.
On from what you just said, this is not an accurate document that we're looking at in terms of the request. It's changed. It might be helpful just to have an updated document that reflects what it is now, because you just said it's outdated. That could be helpful to know.
I apologize.
Do you mean
I think
for
I
the things that are
misspoke.
being recommended to be funded, or the whole suite of 23 million requests?
Well, I don't know. What you just said is it's just not accurate or up to date.
No, I apologize. I misspoke. What is in this document, which is published, is 100% accurate, both for the recommended funding levels and the original requests. If you go back to the full text of the form, it's very difficult to parse out things because they weren't originally written to the partial funding amounts. And so I've had a lot of meetings with people where I've said, well, tell me more about this. You didn't articulate what this is, but tell me what that is. And if we gave you this, would that work? If we gave you this, would that work? And then they came back and said, oh, well, here's our top priority. And I was like, well, that's not really reflected here, but thank you. And I'll bring that to Tracy. And so there's additional dialogue that's informed what's on here. This is 100% accurate. These are a little bit out of date.
Okay.
Because it was an iterative process.
Yes.
Right? And you've refined it and taken it down to.
Yeah.
It's an iterative process. And so it's refined and we're whittled it down to exactly what is it that you need. And then I think you have a different document than we do. Yours seems longer and detailed.
I just have more columns. You have the same numbers.
Okay. I just didn't know if I was.
Mine's just more busy.
Okay.
It's the same numbers. members.
I guess then my only outstanding question, because I appreciate that we're not trying to spend 23 million. It's not where I'm going at all with this, but I am wondering about the athletic budget. It's so much bigger than our other ones, and we don't have to do it right now, but I think I would be interested in the reasoning for those approvals as priority over some of the others.
So it sounds like we could maybe get some additional information about that line item to help clarify. Great. Other board members, if we could just very quickly kind of weigh in, is this generally the direction that we are supporting our team to go in to continue their work?
I support that direction.
Thank you. Ms. Parker.
I want to say that I share Dr. Varda's feelings that the projections were scary, but it just highlights for me that we need to take drastic action, drastic, and I'm prepared to do that, and I'm glad that we've got plans to do it. Other than that, I support where you are at this moment.
Ms. Reed?
I believe I'm in alignment.
Great. That sounds very peaceful. Okay. Do you all have what you need to move forward?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all for your work. We much appreciate it. Superintendent Dorland, anything else on this before I move us?
I do appreciate the dialogue, and I think over time we're going to get better at process. And if you have other questions, I'm happy to please reach out, and we'll get you some information, and we'll put it into weekly updates about any of these items.
Great, wonderful. So with the last piece of our work tonight is around consent agenda. Before we move into our second round of public comment, is there a motion on the consent agenda as revised?
I move that the items on the consent agenda be approved as revised.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, it has been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as revised. Roll call, please, Ms. Neal.
Ms. Miller?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion on consent agenda items 7.19 through 7.28 for the no vote requested by Director Miller?
I have these set up like actually one at a time.
Yeah. So Director Miller has indicated that she's comfortable moving forward for a no vote that's consistent across all of those categories. So if there's a way we can frame a motion around those as a body rather than reading them individually, clarifying this for the universe.
Yes. Again, Robert's rules isn't clear on this, and so what is really just important for the board and the listening public is that whatever the motion is clear, so the clear record of what happened and a clear minutes record of that. And so if the desire is to vote on these as a block, as sort of a special consent agenda item, because the vote will be the same for each, it's acceptable to do that if it's clear.
Great. Do we need assistance on language?
So what we're doing is I'm basically saying that I move that the Board of Education votes on 7.19 through 7.28 as a block. To approve
Yes,
as a block.
I think the motion would be, is there a motion to approve items 7.19 through 7.28 as presented?
Do you have that? Do you want me to make it?
Okay, so I move that the Board of Education vote to approve 7.19 through 7.28 as a block as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Great.
I don't think you're going to say great. I would like to take this opportunity to clarify my understanding of the various construction contracts that we are asked to approve at every board meeting. And I would like to just say some of my assumptions, and if the cabinet could tell me if I'm wrong in any of these assumptions. Number one, even without bond money that we got in 2018, the district has always had a master plan for construction projects. Number two, if the board had not passed the bond, or if the bond had not passed, we would still have construction contracts to approve as a board. Three, the 2018 flip book was created to identify projects that could be completed should the bond be approved. Four, the flip book projects were taken from a master plan as it existed in 2018. Five, since 2018, other construction needs have been identified. Six, construction projects rarely come in exactly as planned in terms of cost, completion date, architectural design, especially if the start date is significantly later than the original project estimate. Seven, while individual contracts often come in over budget, the overall capital improvement budget is not in the red. 8, our bond yield has been higher than the 2018 ballot initiative predicted. And 9, finally, of my assumptions, it's not correct to say that because our bond yield is higher than the original prediction that our bond program is overrun by $170 million. And so, finally, this is my point I'd like to make. I'd like to get a sense of the board, given that we are a policy governance board and not a managing board, what level of authority and discretion we should be giving to our chief operating officer and his staff to make decisions about what construction projects are needed, to identify the best contractors, and the reasonable construction costs following district policies and procedures. So what I'm trying to do is avoid every meeting, every month, pulling something off of the consent agenda for reasons that we don't think that they've done the right job. They're not doing their job. They're not responsible, because my feeling is if we're just a policy board and they are following policy, we have no reason to interrogate them to the level that we interrogate them.
One of the things I will just say is that, one of the benefits of having a board of 5 is that we each have the absolute right, according to our policies that we follow in policy governance, to pull anything off of the consent agenda. And there is a policy around 24 hours, whatever that is. So all of this is within our policy governance.
I'm not disputing that. I understand that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you made a point about, as a policy governance board, why are we getting involved in more managerial stuff? And I just wanted to make sure the point was made that this is part of policy governance procedure.
So yes, this was appropriate, and it gave me the opportunity to make my comment on it. And my comment is that I don't believe, or I do believe, that we should be respecting our cabinet and their experience and their expertise and their decision making. And that's my sense of our role here. And if other people have a different sense of it, then I'd love to have them express it.
Okay, well, this is open for discussion before we move forward with the motion. Any other board members that would like to contribute to the conversation?
Thank you, Ms. Parker, and I appreciate all those points and agree with them.
I believe that as a fiduciary duty of care, we do have the ask and the obligation to look at our capital program. We look at our number of schools right now that we're having to consider potentially consolidating. We do have to be thinking about how we are spending our dollars that are finite. We did say it was a $705 million overall program. We are benefiting from $117 million in premiums, so we benefited from that. And I think we do have the duty to sit at this dais and say, are we spending that $117 million that was above the initial $705 million in thoughtful and honoring the taxpayers, and also looking forward that we're going to have different needs. And so I believe we need to be having those conversations. And I'm not pulling it off to interrogate. I'm pulling it off this evening to say no, because I think we had a Moss Adams report back in November that we haven't had any response back to. And that's why I'm pulling it, because I think we should be thinking about how we're honoring best practices that were identified. So I will be a no.
Any other comments or discussion about this point? Okay. It has been moved and seconded to approve consent agenda item 7.19 through 7.28 for a no vote pulled off by Director Miller. Roll call, please, Ms. Neal.
Ms. Miller.
No.
Ms. Parker.
Yes.
Ms. Reed.
Yes.
Ms. Schooley.
Yes.
Dr. Varda.
Yes.
Okay. We will now move on to public comment part 2. And we have 2 individuals potentially who have stayed up until the wee hours of the evening. And our first speaker will be Chrissy Duran. Welcome. Fortitude. Well done. All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for your patience tonight. You do a great job, and I appreciate your time. My name is Chrissy Duran. I am a Jeffco product. I've spent 37 years in this district. I was a Stott singer. I was in the Oberon Band and Orchestra and Choir, and I was the drum major at Arvada West, and I am now the band director at Stanley Lake High School. And I am incredibly passionate about music education because I believe that Jeffco has the ability to be a brilliant district when it comes to the arts. I'm concerned. The situation at Pomona that my colleague Derek Miller spoke of earlier tonight has, I'm sure, left you with many phone calls, has left several members of our district concerned about whether or not it's valued, and has caused an incredible amount of stress for our music teachers and students in the Pomona area. This is a much broader issue than just whether or not there are enough band students to fill a jazz class. Across the district, building principals are having to make hard decisions and risk looking like villains because of the way music classes are staffed and the unintended consequences of school-based budgeting. We as a district are failing to recognize that the root cause of this issue goes so much deeper than just whether or not kids sign up for a music class. At the elementary level, our general music teachers are being spread so thin, and they're being split between multiple buildings, leaving them little time to build community through music performances with students. Elementary choir programs have diminished tremendously as a direct result. Across the district, we do not have an equitable beginning program at the middle school level dedicated to catching beginning musicians that for whatever reason weren't able to participate as fifth graders in the instrumental music pull-out programs. These factors have negatively impacted the critical beginning stages of music education. By the time students reach high school, they and their music teachers have faced so many significant obstacles that of course there aren't enough students to fill a jazz band class. Add to that the challenges of teaching music through this pandemic, including fear of spreading COVID through singing and playing, and that have hobbled our ensembles, and the result is predictable. We will see that effect carry through the current fifth graders' graduation in 2029. We are going to have rocky music numbers for the next several years, and this is when the social emotional value of a music education has to take priority, and kids have to be more than just numbers. We as a district need to protect all of our music programs at all levels for a minimum of 6 years while we rebuild from the COVID storm. We need to protect staffing at the high school and middle school levels while music teachers reconnect with students that got lost in the COVID shuffle. ESSER funds exist for the express purpose of meeting the social and emotional needs of students and addressing learning loss, and that can't happen in a music class if there aren't music teachers. The district needs to compensate our elementary general music teachers for extracurricular opportunities provided to kids, and then support them in their efforts to build strong communities through music, especially when they're at 2 different schools. We need to make sure that our elementary instrumental music teachers feel valued and seen as a part of the elementary school community through effective feedback and support through scheduling and performances. We need to provide professional development time for vertical collaboration on a regular basis. Can I finish? Okay, thank you. So that music students are not being lost when they move from one grade level to the next. I know you understand that strong schools attract students. Well-supported music programs are often the sign of a thriving school, which was the note that I missed on the first public comment agenda. And the tipping point for choice enrollment. Several Pomona families have reached out to me at Stanley Lake looking for a music program that they feel like is not in danger. I feel like my concern is that as a district, if we do not extend grace to our music educators as we work to bounce back and invest in our AMP teams from the very beginning, this trend will continue. We'll see it way past Pomona.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you for yours. Our next speaker is Kelly Blue. Do we have Kelly Blue here? Nope. Okay. And that is the end of public comment, part 2. Our last piece of work to do together is to invite Ms. Neal up front and review our work moving forward. Welcome, Ms. Neal.
Yes, well, you have a meeting next Wednesday that you know about, starting at 3 o'clock. The agenda items you have are an hour's quarterly check-in that you agreed to do from your December work together and retreat about your conditions for winning agreements to work together. Glenna Norvell will be facilitating that conversation. Then you have a presentation from the District Accountability Committee. They'll be giving the recommendation on the budget and the other work that they have done this year. They'll meet with the leadership of the DAC, and that's a 45-minute session. You will take a break to go to a social event and then come back to the DeAngelis Center for an executive session on school safety, ending about 8:30. I do know that given your work tonight, you need to find a time for additional discussion in executive session on negotiations. Wondering if you want to tack that on for the 13th, either prior to 3 o'clock or after 8:30.
Board members, what would be your preference? It gives us another opportunity to provide feedback around negotiations and compensation and all of that. What are your thoughts about being able to extend our work next week to accommodate them? Are you talking about like half an hour?
If that's what you think you'd need, yes.
Well, I think we always need more time, but I think that's what we can start with. Do board members have capacity? Do we need to take this offline to schedule something separate? Okay. So no.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we can work together to
Absolutely.
find some other time.
Absolutely. So then you have another meeting, a special meeting on the 19th, where you're going to be touring Alameda and the sites for a possible Stride clinic. You'll have some representatives from Stride, school staff, and district staff there to accompany you, as well as facilities folks. You have also requested time to have a policy governance review, an optional session for board members, looking at either the 5th, your next regular meeting, kind of maybe before the 5 o'clock start of that meeting, or another day in May. So you can think about that while I review what you're doing at your next regular meeting. You begin at 5 o'clock. You have engagement with the Technology Data Privacy Advisory Committee. This is the annual time that you engage with those folks who volunteer their time for you. We have honors and recognition, several teachers and student honorees coming forward. Along with your regular public comment, we will have an additional public hearing, which is very similar to your public comment session, but we call it public hearing on the budget, which is required by law to conduct. We have an ends discussion, a legislative update from Mr. Bowditch, and then a budget presentation with board direction. That's an hour-and-a-half conversation. Superintendent Dorland was mentioning this other opportunity for you to be able to have those budget conversations. And a discussion on enrollment, the regular consent agenda items that will be fleshed out through the time between now and then some policy work coming forward for study. The FBC policy on closing schools, and the graduation requirements, and maybe draft ends policies. And that is your regular meeting for next time in May 5th.
Great. So a quick question then for folks on the board who are interested in participating in the policy governance, kind of more overview that CASB provides training. If you could perhaps email Ms. Neal, or say right now if you're able to tack that on to the
Like 3:45 to 5 o'clock on the 5th.
as an option. It's
Or
not
we
a
could do
part of our board meeting.
something like a lunch session some other day.
Yeah. So, yep, go ahead, Ms. Parker.
I would be interested in taking part in that.
If it works to schedule the CASB policy governance, like hour and a half training thing for May 5th, is that what we're talking
May 5th.
For Cinco de Mayo for the training. Great, yes. Okay, great. So it sounds like that's yes.
3:45, 3:30.
Yeah, if you choose to do that piece of it. So it wouldn't be part of our formal agenda together. So then I can ask as we move forward if there's anything else that board members want to make sure that Ms. Neal captures in terms of being able to elevate other topics. One thing that I'd like to bring up, and it's really based on that conversation, that the meeting that the Jeffco students hosted with elected officials around Safe Schools Initiative, and very specifically Safe School Initiative for LGBTQ plus students. I have a strong interest in moving forward work in that direction to, one, just ask some questions around what current practice is for our district, and then be able to think through what that looks like in partnership with some of our student groups, community members, et cetera. So I wanted to see if there's interest from other board members in pushing that work forward so that we can provide guidance to Ms. Neal. Ms. Reed.
I'm very interested in that as well.
Great.
I am as well.
Okay. Well, I was like, okay, great. So if you wouldn't mind doing that, and then I can follow up perhaps, and we can plan out what that looks like. Great. Are there other topics, areas that you want to make sure that that we as a board either find consensus around or elevate from the list? Ms. Parker.
I just have one quick one based on the comments we had this evening. I would like to look into getting Narcan available in all our schools.
Do other board members have an interest in exploring that as a topic? What district practices, what other districts do? On Narcan, so the OD, I don't know, that's not what you call it, OD prevention, but
I might suggest that you let me take this back, find out what our practice is, if any, get you a quick update and a weekly update, and then if it seems like a topic that is meatier because of the answer to that question, we'll propose that in our agenda planning.
Yeah.
Does that sound good? But we'll take back that we'll look into that for you. Yep.
Great, wonderful. Anything else, board, that we want to make? Oh, sorry, Mr. Bell, excuse me.
We're just going to mention that we're working on that with the Jeffco Health Department.
Well, that was, yeah. Great, thank you, Mr. Bell. Okay, it sounds like for the good of the order, we're okay to go. The time is now 11:34. And this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
We can try, that's life. Well, some things in this world were meant to be, like living